The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Bengals coming up this Sunday at 1 o'clock. We'll get an updated injury report from practice later today, but as of now, we know from Sean McDermott on Monday that Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and Dalton Kincaid, along with Joshua Palmer, are improving. Deion Dawkins still in concussion protocol. Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery, and Joey Bosa is dealing with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that the Bills re-signed defensive end Andre Jones Jr. to the practice squad. He was waived when they signed Shaq Lawson. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres on the road tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. This is the start of a 6-game road trip where the Sabres look to improve on the road as they are currently 2-6-2. That was Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff on with Jeremy and Joe yesterday. Puck drop is set for 7:30, and you can catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Steelers claim wide receiver Adam Thielen off waivers from the Minnesota Vikings. The Steelers also waived cornerback Darius Slay. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens with a calf and knee injury was able to practice in full yesterday as well. We're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. You can also donate online through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Mission Give Where You Live, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I got to tell you about the dream I had.
The dream you
ever had a dream you're on the Bills? I had a dream I was on the Bills.
Like as a player?
Yes, in a game.
Well, dreams, they feel real while we're in them, right? It's only when we wake up that we realize something was actually strange.
What position?
What do you think?
Quarterback?
No.
Oh, come on! Wide receiver.
Yeah, one play. What am I doing? Running down the field blocking for James Cook. I'm buying in.
Yeah!
All effort, baby. Look at how Joe Brady's even convinced me. Even in my dreams. It's like when Dwight Schrute dreams about being the assistant to the manager.
Assistant to the regional manager.
Who are you blocking? Troy Polamalu.
And what I see, Polamalu just went right into the sea gap.
Cook got to the second level, and I see Polamalu trying to take the angle, and I'm trying to get there for Cook to take the cutback.
How did it go?
I got the job done, man.
Come on.
It's my way. Wait, you think of my dream? I'm taking a holding penalty or something?
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Got called back on review because James Cook stepped out of bounds. I'm told Gene Steratore was consulted for it. I don't know because I was, of course, a player in the game.
No, you would know, though, if the Bills called up to John Perry and asked his opinion, though, maybe.
Maybe I would know that.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Sure. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Wednesday came quick this week. Maybe that's because when the Bills play on Sundays, now the weeks feel shorter. Because last week was a Thursday, and it was 35 days between games. And now it's just regular week. It's Wednesday.
I had not thought about Wednesday coming quick until you had just said that, though.
Does it feel right?
I think it's appropriate.
There's a game tomorrow.
I think it's an appropriate pace this week.
Well,
for me, I feel like I think this is normal.
Well, what I'm saying is it's Wednesday, but the real feel is like it's a Thursday. Right? We do real feel with the temperature. Let's do real feel with the days of the week.
You've got it being a Thursday.
Yeah, I've got a real feel of a Thursday. It's not a Thursday though.
No,
because there's no football.
No, it's not.
But there's hockey.
That's my problem. It's December. I am ingrained in the football calendar.
Oh yeah.
What day of the week is it? That is dependent on whether is there a football game tonight. Then if the answer is no, then I don't feel like it's a Thursday or a Sunday or a Monday or sometimes a Friday. Soon to be probably a Saturday soon.
Yeah. This week in the NFL is a massive week. It's almost like a college football playoff kind of first round of games in how much leverage there is for multiple teams. I had this from, I'll find who tweeted this, Field Yates and Evan Kaplan. Evan Kaplan of research producer, Sunday NFL Countdown. Okay. There are 7 teams whose playoff chances swing by at least 25% with a win or loss. And 6 of them play each other.
Okay.
How about that, right?
Yeah.
The teams with the biggest swings this week are the Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Colts, and Cowboys.
And those teams play each other.
Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Cowboys is tomorrow.
Right.
So you have huge games. Like, if the Cowboys win, they're at 35% to make it. If they lose, it's 8.
Yep.
The Lions, 57 to make it. If they win, 23 if they lose.
23.
Yeah. And then the game we should talk about, probably, Chiefs, Texans, and maybe a little Steelers, Ravens here. Steelers, if they win, 65%. If they lose, 18.
Yeah.
47%.
That game is huge. And I saw that Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics had, as of right now, the most likely playoff matchup in the NFL.
Is it still
for week 1?
Bills against whoever that is?
Is Bills at Ravens at the moment. But I think what that means is that if the Steelers were to win the division, then Bills-Steelers would become the most likely.
Which would be hilarious.
Right. So so whoever wins that division doesn't have to play the Bills. But
no, it's most likely.
It's most likely because that's guessing that the Bills will jump over an AFC South team and the Chargers, and they will be the 5 seed. That if they don't get the 1, then they're the most likely team to have the top wild card spot.
Right. Chiefs, Texans. Chiefs, if they win, 56%. If they lose, 14.
Love it.
Texans.
56 if they win?
Yeah, back up to 56 if they win. Mm-hmm.
Oh, because head-to-head against Houston, but, man, they still got to climb over somebody.
Texans, 76% if they win and 37% if they lose. So, and then there's the Colts, who are 88 and 58, win-lose. So the Colts are still in decent shape.
I guess maybe why the Chiefs being a little higher for me is a little surprising is because I've had this notion that they don't have a tiebreaker over anybody because they haven't. They've lost to the Bills, they lost to the Chargers, they lost to the Jaguars. Okay. Like, they don't have any head-to-heads. They didn't have any head-to-heads until you saw Indy drop down into the wild card position, and now
they have that
there's a target that you have a head-to-head against.
Interesting. All right, well.
And if you beat Houston, suddenly the Chiefs, who had no tiebreakers, could have one over 2 teams.
It's a schmozzle, as they say. What game is more interesting this week for the Bills? Is it Bills-Bengals, which, of course, or is it Chiefs-Texans? Chiefs-Texans, we did a fun little exercise. If you missed it yesterday, Joe asked me, hey, see what happens to the Bills' playoff odds with Houston winning games? You know, because Houston would have a playoff tiebreaker over the Bills.
And they're right now the first team out, and they're only 1 game back.
Right. So I started clicking wins for the Texans, and turns out if the Texans run the table, that helps the Bills because they knock out other AFC South teams. But from a matchup standpoint, which team would you least like to see in a Bills playoff matchup, Chiefs or Texans? Because that should determine who you're rooting for. If you think the Texans are the nightmare matchup, then root for the Chiefs. And if you think the Chiefs, I don't want to see them in the playoffs because I know how it goes every time. And right now the Chiefs are doing that thing where if you hate the analytics and the numbers crunchers, then you want to punt all these power rankings and FPI rankings to the sun because they're 6-6 and not in a playoff spot, and everyone that does those numbers, like, they're still pretty good.
Yep. I saw the market-derived power rankings in the NFL yesterday that Ben Baldwin puts out there, like the second best team in the league.
Yeah, which makes me think, like, I've got a big thing to say about that. Because market-derived is just what people think.
It's basically
it's the books.
It's an interpretation of what the odds are.
That's right. But the odds are there to reflect what people think will happen.
Yes, yeah.
It's pretty much how it goes. Like, the odds are, we want to get people to bet. And people will bet on the Chiefs. If we make them underdogs every week, people will bet them up to be favorites.
Right.
So that's just normal. There's this level of belief in Mahomes and the Chiefs, and anyway, it'll be interesting to see. And I am inclined to say, which team would I rather play in the playoffs, the Chiefs or the Texans?
That
That is not an easy answer for me. I don't think if the Bills played the Texans again, they would look as unprepared as they did. They looked incredibly unprepared.
Yeah.
It looked like they
looked like they had never watched the Texans play football before.
That's right. And they played on a short week, and the defense looked just fine. They ran the ball pretty well. It's almost like if you had Bills-Texans again, would I feel like the Bills' formula might be just fine and they could win a game 20-16. Whereas if the Bills play the Chiefs again, we've kind of seen what that looks like.
Yeah.
Every time the Bills play the Chiefs again, the second time it happens, it's, the Chiefs are going to turn into the 07 Patriots on offense, no matter how good your defense is. Mm-hmm. They do it all the time. So I think it's an interesting one. Like, which team would you rather avoid? Which team would you rather play? I mean, I could word it either way, and I'll put up a Twitter poll about it, but who should you root for, Chiefs or Texans? It comes down to who do you want to make sure you don't see.
And I know that the Bills did not look good in Houston, and I would agree with the unprepared look of it. I mean, what they did on offense was unbelievable. That they thought that game plan was going to work in a way that surprised the Texans head coach, where he told everybody about that the week later. I can't believe they only blocked us with 5. Can you believe that? Like, basically what DeMeco Ryans had to say about the Bills' game plan after the fact. It was 3 days of rest, right? Like, that was a part of it. And I don't like they didn't have. I guess no Kincaid was the other part of it. He was the one injury on the offense. Maybe Dawkins and Spencer Brown playing through injury during that game mattered somewhat. Brown got hurt early, tried to play through it with one arm. That didn't work. And Dawkins, listen, he goes and gets checked out for a concussion in the first half, and he comes back, and the next day, he's got a concussion. I don't know, like, if he was a quarterback, what would we be saying about it the next day? He probably was playing with a concussion.
Yeah.
So Brown was probably playing with one arm. Well, we know Brown was playing with one arm, and Dawkins was probably playing with a concussion. So you give those two a little more health and
help
on top of the health, and
which they showed they can do. They just did a game plan where they chipped guys against the Steelers.
Right. So lesson learned a little bit, and I would hope that it would go a lot better blocking that pass rush. It wouldn't go perfect because nobody I think could be perfect against them for a whole game, but I think it would look a lot better the next time that the Bills were to play them. And at the same time, like, the idea that the Texans would turn into something on offense that would scare me. I mean, Davis Mills plays that game, right? And this would be C.J. Stroud, but if you've watched Stroud this year, I don't know how much worse better he's been than what Mills did in that game.
Yeah.
So offensively, that's the offense that I would want to go play in a playoff game. Like, I'll get to my 24 against that defense. I'll get to my 28 against that defense in the postseason, giving my best stuff that I have, lessons from a matchup I've already played them in, and I'm going to stop that offense because that offense is not good at all. I would want that. Like, for me, you said for you it's not that easy. Like, for me, it's pretty easy. I cannot watch them lose to the Chiefs again, where they do exactly what you said, where they just morph into, we're just going to score on every single one of our drives against you.
And you think that is more likely?
I think that's more likely.
I don't want to watch that either. The question is, how likely is that? Right.
I'm not all the way sure that another playoff matchup would go that way, because one thing that I have thought about the last 2 playoff matchups for the Bills is I wonder if McDermott gets... I don't think he gets a raw deal at all for 13 seconds. Like, I think that was a brutal, brutal day in the history of the franchise, and I think he's one of the top scapegoats to look at for what happened that day. The last 2 playoff losses on defense, you didn't have any of your linebackers. You're playing A.J. Klein in one of them, and then the next one, Christian Benford, goes out on the first drive, and I've got Rasul Douglas and Kyrie Elam trying to guard the Chiefs. Damar Hamlin is playing, against receivers in the secondary. I guess I'm not giving him a pass for those 2 games. I'm just saying I would like to see McDermott's defense against the Chiefs' offense again without having severe limitations, without having a severe handicap going into that game. So I don't know that it would go terribly. I don't want to bet on it, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it.
I don't either. It feels like we're in the movie where the Jason movies, like Friday the 13th and all that, where you think he's finally, it's over, he's dead. And one more hit, and he's dead. And the eye pops open, he's going to come back in the playoffs. Like Mahomes is the conversations on the national shows, ESPN Get Up yesterday was, will he be viewed differently if they miss the playoffs?
Yep.
Which, that's a good question too. Don't you kind of already view him a little bit differently? To me, viewing him differently started last year.
Yeah.
And maybe the year before.
Yeah, me too.
He had consecutive years where he was clutch and came up in big spots, but consecutive years where he did not look like this far and away number one best quarterback in football. Like, to me, that's been fading for a year to a year and a half.
Yep.
And maybe on to 2 years. He's still obviously amazing and an all-time great. But, like, if we borrow the bit from Nick Wright, Mahomes Mountain, Mahomes not on the top of Mahomes Mountain anymore.
No, I think actually this was a couple weeks ago, but I remember seeing a clip of him. He took Mahomes off the top of Mahomes Mountain,
right?
Yeah,
which is,
I think he might have put Drake May on top of it,
maybe. And I think Stafford has spent a few minutes up there. They do this mountain graphic. It's a cool idea. Like, let's rank the quarterbacks how they're playing right now, and it's called Mahomes Mountain,
right?
And he's not near the top,
right?
So the whole thing has me thinking, like,
which is strange though, because the 2 years that I thought that, okay, this is not the same, and he's not playing like the best quarterback in football. This year, like, all the numbers are kind of pointing up, aren't they? Like, that was part of it.
That's right.
For the last 2 years, there hasn't been a lot of passing volume there. There hasn't been a lot of efficiency, big plays. You look at the numbers, and they look pretty pedestrian. He had that long streak, I think, before the beginning of this year, where he had not thrown for 3 touchdowns in a game for, like, longer than Gardner Minshew. Like, he hadn't been doing much. He had been a game manager who would give you clutch moments at the end. That's what he had become. Is that what he is this year? He leads the NFL in passing attempts.
Right, they lean on him a lot.
He has 270 yards per game versus 245 that he had last year. You could yards per attempt on this season. Actually, if you do it by adjusted, including sacks, he's at 7.6. In the last 2 years, he was at 6.8. Like, I think he's been a lot better this year. They're not getting the results, I think, because they're losing one-score games. The luck is not going their way like it always has, and their defense isn't as good. So I think people would view him differently. People would probably start saying the things about him that they should have been saying last year.
Right.
Which is almost maddening about the Chiefs. Like, this was true a year ago. It's not even as true this year, but now you want to say it just because they're losing one-score games.
Yeah, that tends to be right.
So that's how we do it, right?
We are a little bit behind all the time.
I mean, he has 3 Super Bowls. The only thing he'll get dinged in is, I think, any, debate against Tom Brady. I think if you're comparing him to his peers, then missing the playoffs is not going to severely damage Mahomes' legacy or his, how you'll look at him versus Allen, how you'll look at him versus Jackson, him versus Burrow, all of them.
Right. 803-0550 is our phone number. Which team would you just put a Twitter poll up on this as well? It's Sunday Night Football this week. It's Texans Chiefs. It's at hold on, let me check here. Arrowhead. Not sure if you've ever seen a game played there.
Hey, just feel like that is one of the least likely places the Bill season will end this year.
That is true. That is not going to happen. You could pretty much book that they'll not finish the season in Arrowhead this year. But which team would you most like to avoid in a playoff matchup? And I love this because what you have is the team that's taken the Bills out 4 times.
4 times.
Against the team that in the regular season has made the Bills look the worst they've ever looked twice. The Texans did it to them twice. Last year as well, when Josh Allen completed 9 of 30. So
haven't won there since 2006.
That's right. Your worst regular season matchup against your worst postseason matchup. So we'll see which team would you most like to avoid in a playoff matchup? And if the Chiefs lose, they'd be at 14% to make the playoffs. If the Texans lose, they'd be at 37% to make the playoffs. So a big one. Big games this weekend. And, of course, the Bills have the Bengals this week. We're going to hear from head coach Sean McDermott today. We'll check in with Sal at 7:30. Howard picks the Bills at 8. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bill. No, sorry. Yeah. And then Joe Marino at 8:30 today, moving from his normal 8 to 8:30 spot. So shuffling things around and gearing up for the Bengals this week. One thing we're going to talk about with Joe is what the Bills do from a pass rush standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Bosa maybe news on that today. Hamstring, we'll see where it goes. Which, okay, as we've seen with Dalton Kincaid, a hamstring injury can be weeks.
Usually is.
Yeah. So Bosa, it would not surprise me in the least if what the Bills do is be very careful here. With Kincaid, they've probably been pretty careful, right? With Bosa, they almost gotta say, wait until. Am I going too far to say let's wait until the first round of the playoffs? Let's make sure. Let's wait until. Let's give them a month. Let's give them 3 weeks, whatever it takes, because the pass rush for the Bills is non-existent. It's gone. The numbers have dried up. They don't really have a pass rush, and if they don't have Bosa, who are your defensive ends?
It's just Rousseau and Epinesa.
It's tough.
It's basically just them.
It's tough.
Who's the next man in after that? Is it Javon Solomon, who's done nothing this year when he's played?
TJ Sanders playing defensive end.
Or Shaq Lawson. Yeah, you're nowhere.
You are nowhere at defensive end. And while there's been tons of attention paid to the receiver position, they've been able to add a few pieces that can play, in part because of Josh Allen. And at the defensive end spot, they signed a guy yesterday. They are so thin. And I'm thinking, if we find out today that Bosa is out, that could be a big problem. He's made huge plays. He made a huge play in the Pittsburgh game, the forced fumble that led to the scoop and score for Christian Benford. No Bosa for the next couple weeks. All right, you get back to the question I asked, which would be, would you take 8 sacks and healthy for the playoffs? He didn't get to 8. But he's had a good enough number, and he's made a couple of game-changing plays.
He is leading the league in forced fumbles.
There you go.
Yeah.
Instead of sacks, you get a bunch of forced fumbles.
Yeah, he's got 5.
Deal.
Yeah.
5 forced fumbles, healthy for the playoffs. That's really what I got to hope for here, because that hamstring injury, we'll find out about it today, but I think it's going to be so careful with it.
I guess it comes down to how much you think the next few games really will matter here. Maybe not even this week, but what about the New England game? Is that one worth chasing still?
Probably not.
If he is, all right, I'm good to go, I want to play. Maybe he says he's good to go, but okay, he's not 100%. He's maybe good enough to clear, but he's not at 100%. And you're playing the Patriots, which is still a pretty slim proposition. Is that game worth it?
Right. What you're getting at is the Bills have an 8% chance to win the division. Right. Should I go all in with a hamstring injury for Joey Bosa?
Yep.
Chasing the 9%
with him playing,
or should I just say, I'll try to win those games anyway, of course. Excuse me, sorry. I'll try to win those games anyway, of course, and then I'll make sure he's ready for the postseason as we're going to try to win. We're going to have to win 4 games in the playoffs. And with the pass rush already non-existent and Bosa's injury, we'll see where it goes, I have to get him to 100%. It almost feels like
the wrist injury on top of that too, which has been limiting him for sure in recent weeks.
It almost feels like goal number 1 right now for the Bills is get Joey Bosa healthy. They're 91% to make the playoffs. I think they're going to be fine.
Get in and be healthy. And not worry about where you're playing.
And you might be scared by what it looks like, because the next 2 weeks you play 2 quarterbacks that without a pass rush can carve you.
Yeah.
So big challenges for the Bills with Burrow and then May. Big challenges. And if
Burrow especially, I don't think is a guy you necessarily want to be blitzing.
Right.
Maybe May.
Same with May.
Have a little.
You don't want to blitz May either.
Yeah.
No. So it's the only way the Bills might be able to get pressure is blitzing these days. And if Bosa's out, then you could be in trouble.
You're going to find out if Dorian Williams can play defensive end going forward.
Maybe.
He's done some of that. They're going to be desperate, I think. Is there nobody that could pull out of retirement? Somebody that could do that with?
Where's Jerry Hughes?
Is he still playing? He might not even be available. No, he's not. He's not playing anymore. He was last on Houston. Wow, that was that might not be the worst idea for a former Bill, future Bill.
Jerry Hughes?
Jerry Hughes. He played last season in the NFL, and I don't see an official retirement. That's how you get there, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they sign Jerry Hughes. They're not going to sign Jerry Hughes.
Do the Niners want to waive Leonard Floyd?
Probably
not.
Probably not.
No.
Actually, he's on Atlanta, I think, isn't he?
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Well, Atlanta's bad. Maybe they would do it.
Maybe. Hey, come on. Leonard Floyd.
Some tampering. Start calling the bad teams and seeing. Didn't they maybe do this with Brandon Cooks? There was a story about Brandon Cooks before the Bills had signed him that a couple of teams were like not happy with the situation and they thought he was being tampered with because him and the Saints were working out a deal to get him to a specific team so that he wouldn't get claimed on waivers. And then, oh, look, it was the Bills at the end of all of that. Yeah. Do that with a pass rusher.
Might have to. 8030550. Should we run some former Bill, future Bill waivers today just because of this defensive end situation? Like, I know
who's next up? Who would be first pick?
Defensive end that could pop free. I mean, I bet Morgan Fox is about to be activated, right? To the active roster. Could that happen too?
Yeah, probably. Who would go first if we were drafting or if we were doing waivers?
First pick in a former Bill, future Bill.
No, like if we who would be waivers. First order? Yeah.
Oh, me.
You? Okay, then I don't want to do it. I don't think we should do it then.
I basically just call it dibs, though. There's really no rhyme or reason to the waivers.
You're the one who has it all written down, so I just kind of go with
you're right. You're right. I do have it written down. Turns out.
Yeah, no, I don't think we need to.
Hold on, let me check. Yeah, first in the waiver order. Yeah, it does.
It says it's me. The bylaws say you need unanimous approval to run waivers, and you do not have that. So
we should work on some bylaws.
A constitution.
You know what I checked in on the other day? Our wide receiver only fantasy league, which I haven't really done much to check in on. Because we set up a fantasy league with all wide receivers. We're all in it. Because
I've been running it this year.
There really weren't any. There weren't any waivers to pick anybody up because everybody is taken. So it ends up kind of being like a best ball league. I just submit my lineup every week.
Yep, that's right. I did pick up. Who did I pick up? Who's the Tom Kennedy of the Lions?
That's not a real person.
He's the guy starting for Amon-Ra St. Brown. If St. Brown misses time.
Look at us both because I picked up Isaac Tesla. We're jumping into that Amon-Ra St. Brown target vacuum.
Right. Yeah, this is a league we're just guessing at which backup Lions receiver is going to catch 3 passes.
Yeah. All right, 8030550 is our phone number and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We've got Sal at 7:30. We've got Howard at 8 to pick the Bills. Joe Marino at 8:30. We'll talk some Sabres along the way. They play Philadelphia tonight. And can they get things moving? Last night, Toronto won, so the Sabres are back technically in last place, and on point percentage in games, they're still in last, but I don't know. Maybe a good road trip could get us believing. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
I cannot watch them lose to the Chiefs again, where they do exactly what you said, where they just morph into, we're just going to score on every single one of our drives against you.
And you think that is more likely?
I think that's more likely.
I don't want to watch that either. The question is, how likely is that? Right.
I'm not all the way sure that another playoff matchup would go that way, because one thing that I have thought about the last 2 playoff matchups for the Bills is I wonder if McDermott gets... I don't think he gets a raw deal at all for 13 seconds. Like, I think that was a brutal, brutal day in the history of the franchise, and I think he's one of the top scapegoats to look at for what happened that day. The last 2 playoff losses on defense, you didn't have any of your linebackers. You're playing A.J. Klein in one of them, and then the next one, Christian Benford, goes out on the first drive, and I've got Rasul Douglas and Kyrie Elam trying to guard the Chiefs. Damar Hamlin is playing, against receivers in the secondary. I guess I'm not giving him a pass for those 2 games. I'm just saying I would like to see McDermott's defense against the Chiefs' offense again without having severe limitations, without having a severe handicap going into that game. So I don't know that it would go terribly. I don't want to bet on it, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it.
I don't either. I am inclined to say which team would I rather play in the playoffs, the Chiefs or the Texans.
Uh-huh.
That is not an easy answer for me. I don't think if the Bills played the Texans again, they would look as unprepared as they did.
Uh-huh.
They looked incredibly unprepared.
Yeah.
It looked like they
had never watched the Texans play football before.
That's right. And they played on a short week. and the defense looked just fine. They ran the ball pretty well. It's almost like if you had Bills-Texans again, would I feel like the Bills' formula might be just fine and they could win a game 20-16. Whereas if the Bills play the Chiefs again, we've kind of seen what that looks like.
Yeah.
Every time the Bills play the Chiefs again, the second time it happens, it's, the Chiefs are going to turn into the 07 Patriots on offense, no matter how good your defense is. Mm-hmm. They do it all the time. So I think it's an interesting one. Like, which team would you rather avoid? Which team would you rather play? I mean, I could word it either way, and I'll put up a Twitter poll about it, but who should you root for, Chiefs or Texans? It comes down to who do you want to make sure you don't see.
And I know that the Bills did not look good in Houston, and I would agree with the unprepared look of it. I mean, what they did on offense was unbelievable. That they thought that game plan was going to work in a way that surprised the Texans head coach, where he told everybody about that the week later. I can't believe they only blocked us with 5. Can you believe that? Like, basically what DeMeco Ryans had to say about the Bills' game plan after the fact. It was 3 days of rest, right? Like, that was a part of it. And I don't like they didn't have. I guess no Kincaid was the other part of it. He was the one injury on the offense. Maybe Dawkins and Spencer Brown playing through injury during that game mattered somewhat. Brown got hurt early, tried to play through it with one arm. That didn't work. And Dawkins, listen, he goes and gets checked out for a concussion in the first half, and he comes back, and the next day, he's got a concussion. I don't know, like, if he was a quarterback, what would we be saying about it the next day? He probably was playing with a concussion.
Yeah.
So Brown was probably playing with one arm, but we know Brown was playing with one arm, and Dawkins was probably playing with a concussion. So you give those two a little more health and
help
on top of the health, and
which they showed they can do. They just did a game plan where they chipped guys against the Steelers.
Right. So lesson learned a little bit, and I would hope that it would go a lot better blocking that pass rush. It wouldn't go perfect because nobody I think could be perfect against them for a whole game, but I think it would look a lot better the next time that the Bills were to play them.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Bengals coming up Sunday at 1 o'clock. We'll get an updated injury report from practice later today. But as of now, we know from Sean McDermott on Monday that Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are all improving. Deion Dawkins was still in concussion protocol. Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery. And Joey Bosa is dealing with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that the Bills re-signed defensive end Andre Jones Jr. to the practice squad. He was waived when they signed Shaq Lawson. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres on the road tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. This is the start of a 6-game road trip where the Sabres look to improve on the road, as this season they're currently 2-6-2. Puck drop is set for 7:30, and you can catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
and I know it's being talked about around here a lot. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's a clean house time. Maybe it is. Maybe it's time. And I like Coach Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for Coach Tomlin. But maybe it's best for him too.
Sure.
Maybe a fresh start for him is what's best. Whether that's in the pros, whether maybe go be Penn State's head coach. You know what he would do in Penn State? He'd probably go win national championships.
Because
he's a great recruiter.
Big Ben Roethlisberger.
All right. Slow down, buddy. They would win national championships.
Right.
Maybe it would go well.
Plural.
At Penn State, when's the last time they've won a national championship, by the way? Not in my lifetime.
The 80s?
80s? I wouldn't just assume that Mike Tomlin would go to college and that would be great.
Yeah.
But maybe it would.
1982 and 1986. They had an undefeated season in 1994.
When's the last time a pro coach went to college and it worked? Has it ever happened? It's usually the other. It's usually the other way.
Jim Harbaugh.
All right.
Went to Stanford and it worked. He was really good. Did he go there before the pros?
He went Stanford to the Niners, then to Michigan. So he kind of went back and forth. You want to go Niners to Michigan, though, that worked.
Fair. He was also in the pros
first.
first.
He had to cheat for it to work, but it did get there. Yeah, eventually.
Not cheating, you're not trying. One other NFL coach went to college and it worked.
Saban was a college, then pro, then college again, right?
That's right. That's
He
right.
did that.
Do you want to count that?
Nah. Like Lovie Smith, I remember, became the coach at Illinois like 5 years ago.
Herm Edwards went to
Edwards.
Arizona State.
I forgot about the Herm Edwards Arizona State experience.
Al Groh went to
I don't know who that is.
Virginia. Former Jets coach, I think, went to Virginia.
All right. Is that his next job? He has a next job, right?
Listen.
He has a next job. Or is he doing TV in 4 years after he's coached 3 more 9 and 8 years where they lose in the wild card round?
Yeah. I know. The Tomlin stuff is incredible. Who else gets this PR? Who else gets...
Well, I think he is in a very, very unique situation, right?
Okay.
There's a lot unique about it.
It doesn't mean everybody has to just buy into the situation. Bill Belichick, like you pointed out yesterday, Belichick had a run of no losing seasons that went from, let's check here real quick.
Probably right until Brady left,
2001 until 2019. No losing seasons. Then with Brady went 7-9, right? And then
he left in I think 2020.
Okay.
2020 is the first year that he doesn't have
that's a 7-9 season.
Yeah.
Then 10-7, then 8-9, then 4-13, then he's fired and can't get a job. It's over. Like I guess Belichick has had more success because he had Brady, and Tomlin didn't have a great quarterback, so maybe you would say he's done more with less.
Belichick had those couple of middling years, and then it was only until you got to the 4-win season where all right, we can't do this anymore.
Right.
And Tomlin, that's the one thing is maybe that's what makes him more infuriating. He doesn't give you the 4-win season where you can finally say, okay, this is bad enough where we got to do it.
You know when that's coming? Next year.
We've been saying that for a while, though, haven't we?
Really next year. They're old.
You really think next year?
Yes, they're old as bleep. They're expensive.
Uh-huh.
They have an expensive defense that's old.
They don't have a quarterback
They don't have a quarterback again. And at this point, like Aaron Rodgers, if they didn't get Aaron Rodgers, what was their plan?
No, Mason Rudolph again.
Mason Rudolph. How many wins would they have Mason Rudolph? Probably like 4.
They might be 6-5 still.
6-5?
Or 6-6.
6-5 and finish, 6-11? They are 6-11 in their last 17 games. They had a collapse. They had a collapse last year. Because, they win some games early in the season and they fool people, and then you see what really happens. And like they haven't had a 4-win season under Tomlin. Just wait, they will, unless they get a franchise quarterback. And where's that come? Usually at the top of the draft. So I don't know how they're going to get out of that. The idea would be to avoid it before it happens.
The other piece of it is the debate of how much do you value the streak of no losing seasons, because if you listen to there's the Rappaports of the world, or there are others that will say it's like one of the most impressive accomplishments ever. It easily makes him a great coach. This guy doesn't ever have a losing season, and then there are other people like me. I would be in this camp would say, why do I care about that?
Right. It's so impressive.
He hasn't won a playoff game in a decade.
Can you name any of the 3 other major sports coaches who had the most consecutive seasons without a losing season?
No, I could guess, but
but you have no idea.
Popovich might be an answer,
because you've never thought to care about it.
No, never.
No,
you judge these guys on what they do in the playoffs and championships.
Right. And listen, Bills fans, if you've heard people say, maybe Bills fans have been arguing about this back and forth, like, oh, you're spoiled, you're mad, this team is good, don't be mad. That's the conversation in Pittsburgh. You guys sound so spoiled. We have winning teams all the time. And I was listening again. This is how, listen, I told you, I've loved to listen to Steelers radio and the Steelers talk about things for a couple years and their fans, just because it's been the same story. And Andrew yesterday said, Andrew Filipponi of 93.7 The Fan, or is it 92.3? 92.3 The Fan. He made a great point of, it's for the Steelers, it's not even entertaining anymore for their fans. What's going to happen this year? They're going to win some games, and it's almost like you're a mid-table Premier League team. Like you don't have any chance to win this thing. Congratulations on, finishing 12th. Nobody cares.
All right.
You're not getting relegated. Congratulations. The difference is over there, you understand their limitations, and you probably can't compete with, like, the big six. In the NFL, the system is built to lift you up, and the Steelers actively avoid it in the interest of some, over 500 streak. Like, congratulations. So it's definitely starting to pile up. I start to think this might be the year. Roethlisberger also went on to say that you don't fire Mike Tomlin. What you do is you mutually part ways, which is what Belichick did.
That's the other part of it, that it feels like that is what the conversation always devolves into. It's like, well, you can't fire Mike Tomlin. Let's figure out how to do it another way. Like, fine, figure it out. Figure out however you want to do it. Like, the conversation should be whether or not they move on from him or not. You want to call it firing, you want to call it mutually parting ways, whatever. It's how do they get to a place where he's not the Steelers coach anymore? Like, that should be always the discussion. More than like, well, what are the mechanics of it? I don't care what the mechanics are of it. Do they want to get a new coach or not? And with that ownership group, it often feels like they're not even thinking about it.
And if there was,
and that would drive me nuts too. Is that if I don't feel like my ownership even is considering it, because it just seems like such a crazy idea to them, when it would be accepting we're not in this to win championships. We're in this to be, a relative team in the league that people care about and competitive, so we can fill up the stands. Like, that's what we care about. And to me, that would drive me nuts.
If they're going to trade him, would it also be a situation where, think about a draft pick, that you've made a draft pick and it's not going well and you want to trade that pick? You need the value to look good enough. And okay, the Steelers decide, hey, Mike, it's time to move on. You want to waive that no-trade clause for a couple teams? Let us know the teams you'd like to go coach. And then you call those teams. What are the offers? The Giants. He says he'd coach the Giants. And you call the Giants like, all right, Mike wants to come there. Let's make this happen. We don't want anybody to look bad. He's a heck of a coach. You need a coach. What do we do about this? What should the Giants offer? A 7th-round pick?
Right.
You want us to offer you what?
Right.
But please. This is your problem. You don't want to fire this person. That's not my problem. That's your problem. I'm going to give you a 7th. And then if that happens, I don't know. I feel like that does not look good for Mike Tomlin. It looks like everyone did what they always do around Mike Tomlin, which was kind of try not to make him look bad. So Ben Roethlisberger adding to the avalanche of maybe it's time. I think I saw Bruce Arians say something to the effect of like, well, they've done the coordinator thing a bunch of times. He's a Tomlin fan, and he didn't say they should make a change, but to say the coordinator thing is to say things have to change there, or they've tried other stuff. So we'll see. They play the Ravens. I guess they could win, right? The Ravens to me
could win.
The Ravens to me look like their goose is cooked. Unless Lamar is going to get healthier.
Lamar not only not being healthy, but there were some player tracking stats from Ben Solak yesterday that basically say Derrick Henry is like, this is the decline.
All right.
You're watching it. His game speed, like the times he hits a certain threshold for miles per hour, just like everything you look at with his speed it's down this year a lot. Even when he's breaking into the open field, he is not running away from people like he used to.
So he peaked against the Bills.
He probably did, yeah.
That was it.
And as the workload is piling up, it's looking worse and worse.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, we'll talk with Sal at 7:30 ahead of Media Day at One Bills Drive. And Sabres and Flyers tonight as well. So see if they can get a win over the Flyers, who I should check right now, As of yesterday, they were in a playoff spot, and the Sabres could try and climb into that final. They still are.
They are 31 points.
Okay.
And the second and third spots in the Atlantic are at 30. So if the Sabres did win tonight, they could be 2 points back, not only of a playoff spot, but of second place in the Atlantic.
Right.
Division stinks. Every day, I got to mention it. Division stinks. This team, who has been bad for much of this season, if they win tonight, they're 2 points out of second.
Well, you know what we're going to get to at some point today? Owen,
And 3 points out of... Oh, no, Tampa won a couple. 2 points out of second.
we talked about this off air. The Sabres might actually, when you sift through it all, might be a decent team that, shocker, needs saves.
Yeah.
That's it. Actually, they're pretty good. They just need some saves. They don't get saves from any of the three. Lyon did early in the year, and since then, they just don't get saves. So, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. This week in the NFL is a massive week. It's almost like a college football playoff kind of first round of games in how much leverage there is for multiple teams. There are, so I had this from, I'll find who tweeted this, Field Yates and Evan Kaplan. Evan Kaplan of research producer, Sunday NFL Countdown. Okay. There are 7 teams whose playoff chances swing by at least 25% with a win or loss. And 6 of them play each other.
Okay.
How about that, right?
Yeah.
The teams with the biggest swings this week are the Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Colts, and Cowboys.
And those teams play each other.
Steelers, Ravens,
Yeah.
Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Cowboys is tomorrow.
Right.
So you have huge games. Like if the Cowboys win, they're at 35% to make it. If they lose, it's 8.
Yep.
The Lions, 57 to make it. If they win, 23 if they lose.
23.
Yeah. And then the game we should talk about probably, Chiefs, Texans, and maybe a little Steelers, Ravens here. Steelers, if they win, 65%. If they lose, 18.
Yeah.
47%.
That game is huge, and I saw that Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics had, as of right now, the most likely playoff matchup in the NFL.
Is it still
for week 1?
Bills against whoever that is?
Is Bills at Ravens
Okay.
at the moment. But I think what that means is that if the Steelers were to win the division, then Bills-Steelers would become the most likely.
Which would be hilarious.
Right. So
I think
so whoever wins that division doesn't have to play the Bills. But
No, it's most likely.
It's most likely because that's guessing that the Bills will jump over an AFC South team and the Chargers, and they will be the 5 seed. That if they don't get the 1, then they're the most likely team to have the top wild card spot.
Right. Chiefs, Texans. Chiefs, if they win, 56%. If they lose, 14.
Love it.
Texans.
56 if they win?
Yeah, back up to 56
Really?
if they win.
Oh, because head-to-head against Houston, but man, they still got to climb over somebody.
Texans, 76% if they win and 37% if they lose.
I cannot watch them lose to the Chiefs again, where they do exactly what you said, where they just morph into, we're just going to score on every single one of our drives against you.
And you think that is more likely?
I think that's more likely.
I don't want to watch that either. The question is, how likely is that? Right.
I'm not all the way sure that another playoff matchup would go that way, because one thing that I have thought about the last 2 playoff matchups for the Bills is I wonder if McDermott gets... I don't think he gets a raw deal at all for 13 seconds. I think that was a brutal, brutal day in the history of the franchise, and I think he's one of the top scapegoats to look at for what happened that day. The last 2 playoff losses on defense, you didn't have any of your linebackers. You're playing A.J. Klein in one of them, and then the next one, Christian Benford, goes out on the first drive, and I've got Rasul Douglas and Kyrie Elam trying to guard the Chiefs. DeMar Hamlin is playing, against receivers in the secondary. I guess I'm not giving him a pass for those 2 games. I'm just saying I would like to see McDermott's defense against the Chiefs' offense again without having severe limitations, without having a severe handicap going into that game. So I don't know that it would go terribly. I don't want to bet on it, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it.
I don't either. Everybody, good morning. Cowboys and Lions tomorrow for Thursday night football. Tonight, Sabres and Flyers.
So the only team active in the Atlantic with the Sabres tonight is Montreal. So that means if they win tonight, they're guaranteed to be 2 points out tomorrow morning.
Okay.
If they win.
If they win.
Big if.
This is usually a spot where when they get 2 points and they, like the moment people feel good, they just lose 4-1 on the road.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
We'll see. To me, Josh Norris is still the thing. Like I'm plugged in tonight. I'm ready tonight because if I see more of that, obviously he's got to stay healthy, but another great player on the team would move the needle for me a lot. How are they going to make the playoffs with great players? And they have a couple, and one more would be a big deal. He's played 5 games since that trade.
Right.
Which the number on Dylan Cousins, like how many he's played, without even comparing who the players are and what impact they've had. Like Cousins has played 26 games this year for Ottawa and 21 games last year. Imagine seeing 9 times as many games of Josh Norris.
Right.
We'd have a pretty good idea of what he is. And if he's what he has been in these 5,
it's a better player than what you traded for.
For sure.
Yes.
Which leads to, there's a very interesting thing that happens on Sabres Twitter. I just say Sabres Twitter. Maybe this is Sabres everywhere.
Yeah.
Is that it's nonstop. The organization and the GM are not good and need to shut things down and move on to somebody else. Also, he's won a bunch of trades in a row.
Right.
Like look at the domination of trades. Also, he should probably get fired. And there's a little bit of a, you don't want to say, hey,
right. What's the last trade Kevin Adams made that fans like legitimately hate?
The Eichel trade, which people didn't hate. You got a good player, one.
And we're finally seeing one of the prospects 9 years later that's starting to perform.
Right.
Because Oslin was the pick from that.
No, Eichel's not the right answer there. I mean,
No,
the O'Reilly trade or whatever. Like
it's the infrequency of the trades is usually the bigger deal. Like this wasn't this Darcy? Darcy would never make trades, but when he did, oh man, he won those. Briere for Grattan, right?
Yeah, right.
You had some bangers on the Darcy trade history. And Adams, you have some good ones, but again, it's just like he's made in 6 years, he's made 4 trades that matter, 5 trades that matter. Like one trade a year like that is not enough, clearly.
Yeah, well, 4 trades to try to get better. For a while, there were trades.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
There were trades to just move pieces out and, amass assets.
Yep.
And now 4 trades to try to get better. They took forever to happen. They did happen.
Is it even 4? Maybe it isn't 4. It's the Cousins-Norris trade. It's Savoy for McLeod. It's Middlestad-Byram. And is that it? So maybe it's 3. What's the other trade to get better that mattered? I think it's 3.
Okay, 3.
Unless you want to count, I'm looking at his trade history now. You want to try to count a second for Jordan Greenway? Like, not really.
That's a long time ago, too.
Yeah, that's how long ago did they trade for Jordan Greenway? That is March of 23, so we're coming up on 3 years.
Yeah. It's interesting to see where this thing goes, but hey, win a game against Philly. You just beat the Flyers, who were also not that good.
Could you name their leading goal scorer or leading scorer?
The Flyers?
How many Flyers could you name?
How many Flyers could I name? The Flyers' leading goal scorer is Trevor Zegras.
He knows his stuff. Yeah, Trevor Zegras. That's good. They've got one lifer that's still hanging around there. Couturier is still on the Flyers.
Right. Former first overall pick?
No.
Seventh overall pick. Okay. He would have been
eighth overall.
Okay. He would have been like a central scouting number 1 midterm ranking guy.
Okay.
Like who am I thinking about this for the
Sam Bennett was this.
The Islanders also help me here. Matthew Barzal. At one point he was like central scouting number 1.
Yeah.
He goes
16th.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Sometimes guys fall. I feel like Couturier was one of those names I knew before he was drafted because of World Juniors and the all-time rank. And he said 8th?
8th overall.
Yeah.
In 2011.
Where'd the Sabres pick that year? Because I feel like I remember saying, take this guy because anytime a guy's ranked really highly and then drops to 8, you should take that
Sabres
player.
picked 16th because they made the playoffs the previous year.
Oh, all right. Very good. So anyway, Sabres and Flyers tonight. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Talking about the Bills and dream matchups and also the matchups you might least want to see. Texans and Chiefs will have a hand in that when they play Sunday night. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 to join us here on WGR. Mahomes is the conversations on the national shows, ESPN Get Up yesterday was, will he be viewed differently if they miss the playoffs?
Yep.
Which, that's a good question, too. Don't you kind of already view him a little bit differently? To me, viewing him differently started last year.
Yeah.
And maybe the year before.
Yeah, me too.
He had consecutive years where he was clutch and came up in big spots, but consecutive years where he did not look like this far and away number one best quarterback in football. Like, to me, that's been fading for a year to a year and a half,
insurance,
and maybe on to 2 years. He's still obviously amazing and an all-time great, but like if we borrow the bit from Nick Wright, Mahomes Mountain, Mahomes not on the top of Mahomes Mountain anymore. No,
I think actually this was a couple weeks ago, but I remember seeing a clip of him. He took Mahomes off the top of Mahomes Mountain,
right?
Yeah,
which is
I think he might have put Drake May on top of it,
maybe. And I think Stafford has spent a few minutes up there. They do this mountain graphic. It's a cool idea. Like, let's rank the quarterbacks how they're playing right now, and it's called Mahomes Mountain,
right?
And he's not near the top,
right?
So the whole thing has me thinking, like,
which is strange though, because the 2 years that I thought that, okay, this is not the same, and he's not playing like the best quarterback in football. This year, like, all the numbers are kind of pointing up, aren't they? Like, that was part of it.
That's right.
For the last 2 years, there hasn't been a lot of passing volume there. There hasn't been a lot of efficiency, big plays. You know, you look at the numbers, and they look pretty pedestrian. He had that long streak, I think, before the beginning of this year, where he had not thrown for 3 touchdowns in a game for, like, longer than Gardner Minshew. Like, he hadn't been doing much. He had been a game manager who would give you clutch moments at the end. That's what he had become. Is that what he is this year? He leads the NFL in passing attempts.
Right, they lean on him a lot.
He has 270 yards per game versus 245 that he had last year. I mean, you could yards per attempt on this season. Actually, if you do it by adjusted, including sacks, he's at 7.6. In the last 2 years, he was at 6.8. Like, I think he's been a lot better this year. They're not getting the results, I think, because they're losing one-score games. The luck is not going their way like it always has, and their defense isn't as good. So I think people would view him differently. People would probably start saying the things about him that they should have been saying last year.
Right.
Which is almost maddening about the Chiefs. I cannot watch them lose to the Chiefs again, where they do exactly what you said, where they just morph into, we're just going to score on every single one of our drives against you.
And you think that is more likely?
I think that's more likely.
I don't want to watch that either. The question is, how likely is that? Right.
I'm not all the way sure that another playoff matchup would go that way, because one thing that I have thought about the last 2 playoff matchups for the Bills is I wonder if McDermott gets... I don't think he gets a raw deal at all for 13 seconds. Like, I think that was a brutal, brutal day in the history of the franchise, and I think he's one of the top scapegoats to look at for what happened that day. The last 2 playoff losses on defense, you didn't have any of your linebackers. You're playing A.J. Klein in one of them, and then the next one, Christian Benford, goes out on the first drive, and I've got Rasul Douglas and Kyrie Elam trying to guard the Chiefs. Damar Hamlin is playing, against receivers in the secondary. I guess I'm not giving him a pass for those 2 games. I'm just saying I would like to see McDermott's defense against the Chiefs' offense again without having severe limitations, without having a severe handicap going into that game. So I don't know that it would go terribly. I don't want to bet on it, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it.
I don't either.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Bengals coming up this Sunday at 1 o'clock. We'll get an updated injury report from practice later today, but as of now, we know from Sean McDermott on Monday that Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are all improving. Deion Dawkins was still in concussion protocol. Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery, and Joey Bosa dealing with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that the Bills re-signed defensive end Andre Jones Jr. to the practice squad. He was waived when they signed Shaq Lawson. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres on the road tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. This is the start of a 6-game road trip where the Sabres look to improve their road record, which hasn't been the best this season.
Every road game that we've been in has either been tied or a one-goal game in the third period. We need to start taking advantage of some of the opportunities in the game, and playing well defensively will make us a better road team.
That was Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff yesterday with Jeremy and Joe. Puck drop is set for 7:30, and you'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Steelers claim wide receiver Adam Thielen off waivers from the Minnesota Vikings and waived cornerback Darius Slay. The 49ers general manager John Lynch said he is, quote, hopeful wide receiver Brandon Ayuk will play for the team this season. We're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dashes Market and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. You can also donate through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Mission Give Where You Live, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dashes Market. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. I'm going to eye-opener instant trivia here for you. You're going to love it. You, Joe.
Me, specifically?
Hopefully everybody out there loves it. Yes, I think you specifically will love it.
Good. What we got?
So, anyway, good morning. We got a Twitter poll up about the Chiefs and the Texans. We'll dig into that. We're going to wait for some Joey Bosa news today, see what the hamstring says for him. Sal joins us next segment. Some football talk here. Sabres play tonight. The trivia question is this. It's about the current NFL. So this came across my desk. Mm-hmm. I don't have a desk.
You kind of have a desk.
Yeah, I'm sitting at a desk. It's definitely not my desk.
Well, no, I mean, I'm also sitting at it.
True.
So
it's our desk.
It's our desk. And that other people also use at different times of the day.
Right. The question is, I'm looking for the 5 NFL quarterbacks to start and win a game for 6 teams since 2000. There are 5.
6 different teams?
6 different teams. There are 5 NFL quarterbacks that have started and won a game for 6 different teams.
Okay.
And do you want the real fun fact hint?
Sure. Is it going to give it away?
No, we'll just, you know what? You're right. Well, I'll wait on the hint. It's not really a hint. It's not really a hint. It's a note.
The guy that I immediately think of 6 different teams would be Joe Flacco.
Correct. Joe Flacco has won a game for 6 different teams. 4 others. 3 others have won 6. 1 player has won a game for 7 different teams.
The ultimate journeyman.
Yes.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
7.
Yeah.
That's him. 7 different teams.
He deserves that title. Wins with the most different teams.
Yep. I mean, if Flacco goes to a new team and wins a game next year, he could tie him.
Well, I had him on the Steelers yesterday.
What if Flacco said, my goal is to set that record? I'm going to play until I get that. Anyway.
Odd record.
7 for Fitz, 6 for Flacco.
All right, there's how many others? 3 others?
3 others. 6 wins, 6 different teams in their NFL career since 2000.
How about
Owen and Alt Joe? You guys can jump in if you want.
Yeah, I might need it.
I had Tyrod in my head, but I'm not sure he
Correct.
got there. Ooh, yes.
6 teams.
He's gotten around to 6?
6 different teams.
Bills, Browns, Chargers,
Giants,
Jets. That's 5. Who's 6? Ravens. Did he play for the Ravens, though? Like, he was the backup for the Ravens. Did he ever get in? He won the Super Bowl there.
Right.
He must have got it.
Tyrod has a win for the Bills, the Browns, the Chargers, the Texans.
I forgot about the Texans.
The Giants, and now the Jets.
I forgot about the Texans. All right, Tyrod. How did I not get that one?
How many teams has Brissett been on?
Tyrod should just be his nickname should be some version of like anti-tank ammunition.
I remember
just like throw him in, Jets. He's going to ruin this for you.
I know.
Yeah, what would you use to destroy a tank?
Tyrod Taylor.
Right, that's what I mean. That's what we should be calling him.
Oh, what's that? There's some sort of missile launcher that's specifically designed for that. That's
a
what
mortar?
His nickname should be. Yeah, the mortar.
Mortar Taylor.
Who did I? Oh, Brissett. Is Brissett on there?
Brissett is not correct. You got Fitz, Taylor, and Flacco, and there are 2 more. 2 have won a games for 6 different NFL teams.
How about like a Derek Anderson?
No.
Who was he was a forever backup, Mick something.
Josh McCown?
McCown?
I don't think he got in enough.
Yeah.
No.
He probably played for 6 teams.
Right,
I doubt
but
he
didn't
started
win.
for 6.
Yeah, right.
Okay, what about... That's the thing. It's the journeyman backup is tough because they got to get in.
Right.
You ready for the hint?
How many teams has Jameis been on at this point?
All right, you ready for the hint? Because Jameis is not correct.
Okay.
Here's the hint. 4 of the 5, only Flacco is not. 4 of the 5 have had stints with the Bills.
Whoa. Of course they have.
Whoa.
Right. So Fitz and Tyrod, and the other 2 had times with the Bills.
Keenum?
Yes. Case Keenum. 6 different teams, 6 wins with 6 different teams.
One more.
So the other one also has a Bills tie.
Yes. Keenum has wins for Houston, St. Louis, L.A. That kind of cheats. But
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like this.
Minnesota, Denver, Washington. Well, he still might do it at Cleveland and Houston. Okay, he might have 7 if you split that.
Okay. All right, good.
I want him
It's
to
six.
get. I want him
It's
to get a
six.
7. They moved cities.
7 cities.
All right, fine. If we made it for wins for cities, Keenum has 7.
Well, does Tyrod get San Diego and LA? Were they in San
All
Diego?
right, fair question. Fair question.
One
more.
Barkley?
No.
How about like Flutie?
No.
Josh Johnson?
I don't think he hasn't played. He hasn't played for 6. Like he's been on 6. He hasn't played for 6.
He's played for like everybody.
He's played for 15.
I'm going to add that you said you didn't like the Keenum one, if in fact it counted
LA and St. Louis.
2 different cities. You're going to like this one even less.
What does that mean?
Yeah, right.
This is the
What
ultimate.
does that mean?
This guy does not deserve 6 wins. He should have wins on 5 different teams, not 6.
Is this going to be a Raiders quarterback?
No, I said he's got a connection to the Bills.
Yeah.
No, I know, but like,
why would a quarterback get credit for a win they really did not deserve? Really, every single
is
person.
this Matt Castle?
Yes.
He got because he got credit for a win on the Bills
because he took the first snap.
Should not be on the list.
Right, should not be on the list.
Way less deserving than Keenum.
But he is on the list. New England,
Like
Kansas
the
City.
NFL record books need to go back and they need to change that win.
Right, you must play 5 snaps. Even then, whatever. Maybe the majority of the snaps. I don't know, get a formula. But New England, Kansas City, Minnesota, Buffalo, Dallas, Tennessee for Matt Castle.
Wow.
There you go. There's your instant trivia.
Also, Tyrod should sue. You know what his career record is? 29-30. He's below 500 because they gave that game to Matt Castle.
He should be 30-30.
I'd be 1 win away from being a winning quarterback in the NFL, but I'm not because you just decided to give one to Matt Castle, who didn't do anything in that game. You know what he did on that snap? He handed the ball to Tyrod Taylor.
Is that what he did?
Yeah. Tyrod lined up a receiver. He came in motion. Castle handed it to Tyrod.
I want a 30 for 30 on that play call.
First play of the season.
Right. What on earth?
How long did they have they've been practicing it? When did they create it? It could have been months. Right?
Because we knew Tyrod was going to be the starter, right? It was his job.
He had won the job. He'd been announced.
Okay.
Yeah. But here comes Castle.
Yeah. It's a Rex Ryan team. Hey, listen, guys, here's the game plan. Tyrod, congratulations, you got the job. But the first snap, we're going to put Matt in there, and he's going to hand it to you?
Yeah, yeah. And I don't remember if Tyrod threw it or he ran or what. But right, he lined up at receiver. Wait, actually,
I thought it was a handoff to somebody else, and Tyrod just lined up at receiver.
I'm pretty sure Tyrod got the handoff.
Wow.
I'll try to find it. Because then he should get the start for wide receiver then, shouldn't he?
Sure. Why not?
Brutal. Yeah, he shouldn't be on that list.
Really tough, really tough. Anyway, 803-0550. Have a question up about Sunday night's game between the Chiefs and the Texans, and this gets to playoff matchups. I like this comment here that we've got from someone wrote in. Scooter wrote in. I like that Bills-Bengals is before Chiefs-Texans. So Chiefs-Texans is a Sunday night game. And he writes, I don't know if this is the right way to think about it, but let's just take this journey with Scooter. Why not? Mm-hmm. If the Bills win, I'm going to be rooting for the Texans. And if the Bills lose, I'm going to be rooting for the Chiefs. He writes that Bills win makes it less likely for the Texans to catch us, but understand their division is at play. I don't know how much that matters. I feel like the Bills winning, of course, keeps their division hopes alive.
Yep.
If they beat Cincinnati. They don't necessarily have to beat Cincinnati, but they probably really have to beat Cincinnati. And if they lose that game, you might even double kiss the division goodbye and say, like, all right, now it's about if the Texans win, I'm increasing the likelihood that I go to Houston.
Right.
Because if the Bills lose, they're not only a wild card team, but they might be sliding more to the 6. And I was thinking about this today. Like, every time you look at if the playoffs started today and who you'd play today, in years past, we've obsessed with, I would love to get Mahomes and Lamar, them to play early. That's the idea of the 1 seed. The 1 seed has been, get that 1 seed, have the Chiefs and the Ravens knock each other out. You get a nice, easy road and only have to beat one great team. The way the road maybe is most scary right now, like maybe I'm doing a disservice by kind of like, I'm not fully dismissing the Chiefs, but I'm going to talk past them. Is the scariest road for the Bills Houston, Denver, and then who's third? New England? Like, wouldn't I think that
if your goal is, let me find the toughest defenses for them to run through.
I've got 2 incredible defenses.
Yeah. There might not really be a third one. Right. Those would be the 2 far and away scariest defenses that you would see.
Right. Who are the teams in the playoffs you would be? Again, we like to say we're not afraid of anybody in the AFC, and I think that's fair. Like, these teams all have flaws. Which team looks the most complete? I don't think it's Houston. Their defense, though, is so good that you end up being a little bit afraid of them. Denver's, you want a stat on Denver? I know we just did instant trivia, but I can give you the stat of the day on Denver.
Yeah.
Like, more people should be looking at Denver as a potential fraud. I'm surprised they didn't make your fraud alert.
Fraud alert?
Yeah. Denver this season, they have trailed in every game. They are 10-2, and they have trailed in every game this season.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you might think, like, well, whatever. You try out in the first quarter. Who cares? But since 2000, 94 teams have trailed every game.
Yeah.
And nobody else has ever been better than 7-5.
Wow.
They are 10-2.
Yeah.
So trailing in every single game, like they are last year's Chiefs to a degree, finding their way through these games where sometimes they're lucky to get out of it, but they're 10-2.
So at the moment, by DVOA, the next best defense, Houston's number 1, Denver is number 3. The next best defense that you would even say has potential to make the playoffs in the AFC is Indy at number 12. So you could say Indy, right? Like, if that's what you're going for, which is that I'm going to not be as afraid of, because they don't really have any, the AFC doesn't have teams like this right now, that are just guns a-blazing, throwing all over you, you got to keep up. If there's not really a team like that, then do I become afraid of the things that I'm usually not afraid of in the postseason, which are defense and running the football? And with Houston and Denver, you get defense, and with Indy, you would get, that's the number 1 rush attack.
Jonathan Taylor.
In the conference. Yeah. And they might also have the 3rd best defense again. So,
well, I guess there's a question in itself. Like, what would you, if you're designing the worst possible opponent for the Bills in a playoff game, is it a team that runs it the best or the best defense?
I would care more about the defense.
Same.
I would care more about the defense than the rush attack. I still don't know how much I want to believe the Bills wouldn't have some answers for a Houston or a Denver that they didn't have when they played Houston on that Thursday night a couple of weeks ago. Like, how many points would you expect them to score against Houston in a playoff game if they played again? Think they would score the same amount they just scored, 19? Because I feel like they would get more than that. And that's where it's the Mahomes losses, or it's the Burrow game here, or it's just how terrifying Jackson has been in some of these games, especially the playoff game last year and how good he was in the second half, that I'm trained. I'm trained by the AFC. I want to believe that this year looks different, but it's still going to be the best quarterback that gets through. Doesn't have to be Allen, but that
is that May?
The team that makes it is going to get a hot quarterback. Like, even when we talked about Baltimore and how, like, Flacco kind of sticks out like a sore thumb as how did that guy make – he's the one guy that made it in the conference that wasn't an elite quarterback. But you know what he was for that month in the playoffs? He was an elite quarterback.
Yeah, he did have 11 touchdowns and no picks. He went on a tirade.
Yeah. He, like, a historically good playoff run. So maybe it won't be Josh, or maybe it won't even be Drake May. If it's Bo Nix or it's the Texans with C.J. Stroud, I want to believe they can't just do it on defense, that their quarterback's going to have to get hot. Because that's usually what it takes.
Flacco that year, I think, I'm looking it up right now, like what he did in certain seasons.
I got it right here. He, in 4 games, he had 1,140 yards, 11 touchdowns, and 0 picks.
Yeah, that's right. And they did beat Denver on a Hail Mary, right?
It was kind of a Hail Mary, yeah. Like, the safety had, like, fallen over or, like, completely messed up.
Double overtime. 38-35 at Mile High, double overtime. The Mile High miracle.
So, does Daniel Jones have a 11 touchdown, 0 pick run in him just one time? Does Stroud have that in him? Does Nix have that in him? I watch those quarterbacks right now, and I don't believe they do. I think May has it in him. Right?
Yeah, me too.
May's definitely got that in him.
It's really not the only thing he has left to prove. He has to prove he can, win and get staying power, and when teams adjust or whatever. But right now, May is pretty much answering every bell, and we're just at, well, what are you going to look like in the playoffs? He already is Mr. Third Down, but they've not had games where they trail late. The best example, we talked about this the other day, is the game here.
Yes, yep.
Where
he did the job.
He did the job. They had a 10-point lead. Bills tied it, and he went out and, they kicked the game-winning field goal. The Bills are 5.5-point favorites this week, and the over-under in the game is, I believe, the biggest number in the league.
Okay.
52.5 points.
52.
Oh, no, sorry. Cowboys-Lions is 54.5.
54.5?
Yeah.
I saw the Titans-Browns game, I think, is at 31.5. Or 32.5, like hit like crazy low. Yeah. Crazy low over under. That would imply that they think the Bills are going to get a lot of points in this game.
28-23 implied score-ish.
You mentioned yesterday the Bills are what, the 4th best pass defense?
Yeah.
In the league?
Yep.
Do we take that to believe that they will do a good job against Cincinnati? Or is that more, or do we think right now that ranking is more about who they've played?
Yeah, well, all right, this is a great question. And we're going to talk to Sal at 7:30 next segment, talk about these injuries and players we're going to hear from today. Joe Marino at 8:30. A good question I've got for Joe, and for Sal too, is Burrow, of any quarterback they play, Mahomes in the playoffs has answers. We know that. Burrow in the playoffs had answers. They haven't played Burrow that many times.
Twice, really.
Right. 2 games in 1 quarter. If there were 7 games against Burrow, we might have a better idea that, sometimes they have answers, but he's just good. But so far, when they play Burrow, it looks like he's got all the answers to the test.
Right.
And that's even with backup offensive linemen in the snow here in Buffalo. That's a game they threw it, and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, like, no problem.
They got the tight ends involved. I feel like I remember in that game a lot.
In the Hamlin game, they got... Who caught that touchdown? Is it Tyler Boyd catches that touchdown for them?
Yes. Right? He was one-on-one with Trey White.
Right. They put him out wide, and they had Chase in the slot.
I forget that they had Boyd on top of the other 2.
Right. Yeah. Right. Tyler Boyd, it was
three.
Nuts. So they always have the answers to the McDermott test. And this year, like, this is where, man, I anticipate if the Bengals get a bunch of points, win or lose for the Bills, people are going to come for McDermott, as they always do. When they lose a game or they give up points, people come for McDermott. And there have not been that many games where start to finish this year, the Bills' defense is rough. In fact, there's probably one, and that's Baltimore. It's the only game the defense has really had a tough time.
Mm-hmm.
Every other game they adjust it by halftime or they find answers by halftime, whether it's the roster moves they've made. I just think if you the harshest McDermott hater, there's someone that wants him gone and thinks his defense is structurally flawed. I want you to zoom out on the year and say, you got the fourth best pass defense in the league by EPA per dropback with what you have on the field. And now we might find out today you've got to do it without Joey Bosa too. Like, come on. What do you think? Pick your best defensive mind. Is Brian Flores walking in with this defensive line full of rookies and practice squad guys and guys that are coming back for one more kick at the can, and Shaq Lawson's going to be activated if Joey Bosa can't go? Maybe, I don't know.
Right, like what would D'Amico Ryans do with it?
Right.
Versus what would McDermott do if he had Houston's defensive line?
Right. Not to say
corners.
Not to say that it's impossible to think anybody could do better.
Yeah.
But what should the standard be for the Bills' defense when this is what it looks like?
I think it's about as good a job as you could do.
Yeah, like you're missing Hoyt and Bosa, which we would have said are those the two guys we are expecting you to most get contributions from defensive ends. You're missing Ed Oliver. I think you just
right for almost the entire year.
Yeah. It's a big ask.
Your best two linebackers have not been good all year.
Right. And should you have seen that coming? You could argue.
That's what you were handed, right?
Like
we're restructuring Milano. He's back, and we're paying Terrell Bernard. Here's your linebackers.
Right, that's right. He's back. And Taylor Rapp, who had a decent couple of years, all of a sudden, whether it's injuries or whatever, like they've really held it together on the defense. And I feel like that's got to be structure and scheme. And that's where this one, like, all right, we'll see. This is the guy that always has the answers against your test in 2 games in 1 quarter. So it's a huge one. And if Cincinnati goes out and scores 31 and the Bills, whatever, win or lose, if they win, great. We'll probably feel great. We'll probably feel like we did against Tampa, right? Hey, they won a shootout. That's awesome.
31 would be more than the Bengals scored in either of the 2 meetings already.
It's a lot, right?
They scored 27 in the playoff game, and I think it was 28 in the regular season game. The tight end I was thinking of, by the way, that beat them in the playoff game, because Chase, they had 242 yards passing in that game. Chase led the team in that game 5 for 61.
Is the tight end Tanner Hudson?
No.
No, okay. He might have been the guy in the regular season game who was up on the practice squad.
That might be right.
And
Tanner Hudson.
I think he caught a touchdown against the Bills.
He's still there
in the regular season game.
Hayden Hurst. He went 5 for 59 and a touchdown
in the playoff
game against the Bills. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then P. Ryan was third, 5 for 31. Like, they didn't really get the receivers going. It was everybody else. But Burrow still was super efficient in that game.
We'll also get news on T. Higgins today.
Yeah, concussion.
He was in uniform for the walkthrough on Monday in the locker room. So he had been in concussion protocol, but according to Mike Petraglia, covers the Bengals for WLW, he was in uniform for the walkthrough on Monday. Take that for what it's worth. Sal on the other side. Big news coming from the Bills today. Cross your fingers on the Joey Bosa update, and we'll preview the Bills and Bengals. Sean McDermott today at 11:45. Walk through practice this afternoon. Players after that, and Sal coming up next to break it down. I am inclined to say which team would I rather play in the playoffs, the Chiefs or the Texans? That is not an easy answer for me. I don't think if the Bills played the Texans again, they would look as unprepared as they did. They looked incredibly unprepared.
Yeah.
It looked like they
looked like they had never watched the Texans play football before.
That's right. And they played on a short week, and the defense looked just fine. They ran the ball pretty well. It's almost like if you had Bills-Texans again, would I feel like the Bills' formula might be just fine and they could win a game 20-16. Whereas the Bills play the Chiefs again, we've kind of seen what that looks like.
Yeah.
Every time the Bills play the Chiefs again, the second time it happens, it's, the Chiefs are going to turn into the 07 Patriots on offense, no matter how good your defense is. They do it all the time. So I think it's an interesting one. Like, which team would you rather avoid? Which team would you rather play? I mean, I could word it either way, and I'll put up a Twitter poll about it. But who should you root for, Chiefs or Texans? It comes down to who do you want to make sure you don't see.
And I know that the Bills did not look good in Houston, and I would agree with the unprepared look of it. I mean, what they did on offense was unbelievable. That they thought that game plan was going to work in a way that surprised the Texans head coach, where he told everybody about that the week later. I can't believe they only blocked us with 5. Can you believe that? Like, basically what DeMeco Ryans had to say about the Bills' game plan after the fact. It was 3 days of rest, right? Like, that was a part of it. And I don't like they didn't have. I guess no Kincaid was the other part of it. He was the one injury on the offense. Maybe Dawkins and Spencer Brown playing through injury during that game mattered somewhat. Brown got hurt early, tried to play through it with one arm. That didn't work. And Dawkins, listen, he goes and gets checked out for a concussion in the first half, and he comes back, and the next day, he's got a concussion. I don't know, like, if he was a quarterback, what would we be saying about it the next day? He probably was playing with a concussion.
Yeah.
So Brown was probably playing with one arm. Well, we know Brown was playing with one arm, and Dawkins was probably playing with a concussion. So you give those two a little more health and
help
on top of the health. And
which they showed they can do. They just did a game plan where they chipped guys against the Steelers.
Right, so lesson learned a little bit. And I would hope that it would go a lot better blocking that pass rush. It wouldn't go perfect because nobody, I think, could be perfect against them for a whole game. But I think it would look a lot better the next time that the Bills were to play them. I cannot watch them lose to the Chiefs again, where they do exactly what you said, where they just morph into, we're just going to score on every single one of our drives against you.
And you think that is more likely?
I think that's more likely.
I don't want to watch that either. The question is, how likely is that? Right.
I'm not all the way sure that another playoff matchup would go that way, because one thing that I have thought about the last 2 playoff matchups for the Bills is I wonder if McDermott gets I don't think he gets a raw deal at all for 13 seconds. Like, I think that was a brutal, brutal day in the history of the franchise, and I think he's one of the top scapegoats to look at for what happened that day. The last 2 playoff losses on defense, you didn't have any of your linebackers. You're playing A.J. Klein in one of them, and then the next one, Christian Benford, goes out on the first drive, and I've got Rasul Douglas and Kyrie Elam trying to guard the Chiefs. DeMar Hamlin is playing, against receivers in the secondary. I guess I'm not giving him a pass for those 2 games. I'm just saying I would like to see McDermott's defense against the Chiefs' offense again without having severe limitations, without having a severe handicap going into that game. So I don't know that it would go terribly. I don't want to bet on it, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it.
I don't either.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Bengals coming up this Sunday at 1 o'clock. We'll get an updated injury report from practice later today, but as of now, we know from Sean McDermott on Monday that Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are all improving. Dion Dawkins was still in concussion protocol. Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery, and Joey Bosa is dealing with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that the Bills re-signed defensive end Andre Jones Jr. to the practice squad, who was waived when they signed Shaq Lawson. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres on the road tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. This starts a 6-game road trip for the team, where the Sabres look to improve on the road this season after a rough start. Puck drop is set for 7:30, and you can catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline as we gear up for Bills and Bengals and take plenty of your calls as well. Jeremy and Joe, good Wednesday morning. Happy midweek. And Sal, happy back to a game week. I was saying to Joe, maybe it's just the regular Sunday to Sunday routine that feels faster after a couple of Bills losses that came on like Thursdays and bye weeks. But they beat the Steelers, and we're right back to it. Cincinnati this week. And eager to find out the news on Joey Bosa today. That's like the big story of the day, right? To see what the hamstring issue ultimately is.
I think so, guys. Good morning. Yeah, I mean, hard to believe we're already in week 14, right? It's amazing when you think about it. And that would be the number one thing I think we're monitoring as far as new injuries, because I think, obviously still Dion Dawkins still in concussion protocol on Monday. When Sean McDermott said that, kind of gets your eyebrows up a little bit. So you hope that he's okay to go this week, and we'll figure out and see what the status is for him. Dalton Kincaid didn't play again last week. But, yeah, Joey Bosa, a new injury now. As you just heard Joe in the update, yesterday the Bills signed Andre Jones Jr. to the practice squad. He had actually been on the team, on the practice squad. He was released when they signed Shaq Lawson. So if you want to do some math here and just kind of think about the way this normally goes, why would they sign a defensive end to the practice squad? Probably because they're down a defensive end. So that would lead me to Joey Bosa. And it doesn't mean it has to be down for the week, but you start preparing. What the teams do is they start looking at their week of prep. It's not and saying, what do we need as far as who's doing reps and things like that. And it would more indicate to me that they would probably need an extra guy in the practice squad because someone in the practice squad has to take more reps on special teams or in the active roster.
So if Bosa were to be out, Sal, like this matchup specifically too, like the playoff game was one where even with the backup linemen, it was noted a lot after they could not generate a pass rush and Burrow torched them. So in this game, like if you don't have Bosa, this game or beyond, one part of it is who plays, right? And then the other part of it is how do they generate a pass rush with just Greg Rousseau and H.A. Epinesa, and then you're just kind of crossing your fingers, I think, if anybody else is out there.
Yeah, I mean, Javon Solomon, obviously, you still have as a defensive end. You've been using T.J. Sanders, which is also this is problematic, right? And becomes part of the problem because the whole point of T.J. Sanders, you didn't want to keep putting him at defensive end. Sean said a couple weeks ago, the goal would be to kick him back inside. But, he's been playing a little bit of defensive end. I'm very interested to see about Morgan Fox. He is on the practice squad. I know people have been clamoring for him. He's had 15.5 sacks the last 3 years. They have not elevated him yet. This might be a week where we see Morgan Fox for the first time. They signed him to the practice squad after Michael Hoyt got injured. He was playing the Michael Hoyt role in L.A. before Michael Hoyt before Michael Hoyt in L.A. But I want to temper people's expectations. I don't think he's going to come in and have the impact Michael Hoyt had. But he's a guy that has rushed the passer before, and he has a guy that's put up a few numbers in this league. And I wonder if that's a guy that they would put on the field now. Shaq Lawson obviously is there, but that's not as much of a pass rusher. That is a guy that's really more against the run. So, yeah, some things to figure out this week. And, of course, against a Bengals team that you'd love to be able to take advantage of what's been an offensive line that's given up a lot of sacks over the last several years, including this year. And Joe Burrow back there is going to want to they're going to want to throw the ball. I mean, they're going to want to run the ball, too. They've actually done a good job running the ball, and the Bills haven't stopped it. So, sure, Joey Bosa would be a really big loss. I was thinking more about even though you might – if it comes down to it, though, you might err on the side of caution because you have the Patriots the following week, right? Mm-hmm. And you have Drake May and the way that he's throwing the ball right now. So we'll see how it unfolds this week, guys.
Yeah. Load management for Bosa, Sal. Like we've talked all offseason since they signed him that the idea would be whatever it takes to get him to the playoffs. In that New England game, you might. Not to say that is a playoff game because you're likely to make it either way, but that will have such an impact on how the playoff format maybe plays out that the Bills could say, let's get him in here in this game. And then after that, if there's more load management that would be necessary, they could do that. Sal, I mentioned something the last couple of days, like on the job that Bobby Babich and Sean McDermott are doing here. The defense, it's had its struggles, right? There have been games, there have been halves where they've been run over. And then in the second half, it doesn't really happen that way. And thinking about what they've kind of gone through, all the injuries, and where they are for the season, do you get the same kind of review of what they've done, which is it's been a pretty good year for Sean McDermott and Bobby Babich, considering all that they've had to change on their defense because of injury or because Taylor Rapp's not getting the job done, so Jordan Poyer goes in. And now the decision, Shaq Thompson maybe for Terrell Bernard. We'll see where that goes. But to me, they've done a pretty good job piecing together, yes, a defense that struggles to stop the run, and that's an issue. But the pass defense has been, by league standards, has been very good this year. And I just feel like they deserve a lot of credit for what they've done with that unit.
I agree with you. I think that what gets people, though, to get to very quickly, the but that comes in is very quick, which is they're still terrible against stopping the run, right? And the numbers say that, and you just mentioned it. They're 30th against the run in the league. They're 31st yards per play against the run. They're number 1 in the NFL in pass defense yards per game. Now, part of that is because teams are running the ball on them and not throwing the ball. But I also want to point to they're 7th in the league in yards per play per pass. So, they're doing a nice job there. I think where I go to on this, Jeremy, is I agree with you. I think one of the issues, though, that I think people probably have when you think about the whole thing is why did it take so long to get to a couple of things they're doing now? Why is Shaq Thompson better than Terrell Bernard, and why didn't that happen a little bit earlier? Why is Jordan Hancock not playing as much? Why is Max Harrison not playing as much? But I'll say I think in each one of those instances, there are reasons. You might not agree with them or think that they're wrong, but I would say that, first of all, Shaq Thompson's been out of the lineup. I think Terrell Bernard has been banged up. That's been compromising him for sure. But at this point, there's no doubt. I think that it appears to everybody that Shaq Thompson is a better fit for what they need to do right now on defense, and he's playing there, and Terrell Bernard is hurt. So you're already kind of in that spot. Last week, this is a great example. I think last week, they did a great job of understanding what personnel they needed on the field. That was not a Jordan Hancock game. It was a Jordan Poyer game. Jordan Hancock brings you more speed, and we all want to see that. But not in that game last week. That's not a game last week where you want to go with the faster, more athletic safety. That's a more physical downhill safety in the middle of the field in Jordan Poyer. I give them credit for that, to your point, Jeremy, which is understand your personnel. Understand who needs to be on the field at certain times. And I think they've done a really good, to me, that's what they've done a really good job of, really since the bye, since the Atlanta game. When we started to see Harrison come back and Hancock on the field a little bit and Jordan Poyer on the field a little bit and in certain situations, like when they started to do all those things, and Shaq Thompson, I think that they've done a really good job of managing personnel and situations and the understanding. I also think it's very interesting that on Friday, Sean McDermott made a point to say Bobby made a good call there, talking about the sack, strip sack, and fumble.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott didn't have the play sheet in his hand for much what I saw on Sunday against the Steelers. I'm wondering if Babich is strictly calling plays now. I don't know. He says it's a group effort or team effort, but I thought that was notable.
I've seen some theories online, too, that it just comes down to when McDermott's wearing glasses. is when he's calling plays. Sure. And who knows? I wonder, Sal, like the run defense, it is the way you kind of set it up and describe it. It sounds like how they were on defense for years. Maybe it wasn't this bad in the run defense, but for years it was, this is a top-level defense, and they prioritize stopping the pass. They maybe are okay with being mid-level or even a little below average stopping the run because of what it gives them on the other end. Maybe now they're worse than that, rush defense. But do you feel like if they need to stop it, they have that card to pull? Like Pittsburgh was a game where you knew they were going to try to run it, and they couldn't. And Tampa was a game where, okay, you got run on, but weren't you making the trade of, we'll let you run because we're not going to let Baker Mayfield beat us?
Wasn't that last year's playoff game? They decided they wanted to stop the run, and they effectively
against Baltimore.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting to, Sal. Like if they got into a playoff matchup or a big game down the stretch where they thought we need to stop the run, do you think they could?
Well, my answer is yes, but I think that you'd have to have a compromise of what you're going against the pass. And against certain teams, that's very tough to do, right? So I think this is one of those teams. The Bengals, they've been running the ball very well with Chase Brown lately. Their EPA running really well. If you want to stop the run this week, they can devote population, as you say, to stopping the run and doing but man, now you got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, and maybe T. Higgins, we'll see, but you guys know about the passing game. I think the answer to your question is yes, Joe, but I'm going to go back to something Sean McDermott said, which he gets – it's so funny. You're saying this, right, which you're totally right. And Sean McDermott, from a lot of fans, got criticized, I think. People thought that when he says it like this, people hate hearing it, which is he wants a two-dimensional offense. Because what you're saying is exactly that. It's too tough to defend a two-dimensional offense. The Steelers don't have one. If you want to shut their run game down, Aaron Rodgers ain't beating you through the air really with what they have,
so
right?
You could sell
just go stop the run, right? If you want to stop the Baltimore Ravens run, I think you're taking your chances. Now Lamar is great as a passer, we know that. But, you could take your chances on them giving you the ball a couple of times and making a couple mistakes, no doubt about that. And I think they kind of did that last year. In the playoffs, the Ravens actually just they made mistakes. They did a nice job. They made mistakes. I guess what I'm getting at is, though, this is why it is important to have a two-dimensional offense. And this is what Sean McDermott said a while back about the Bills and wanting a two-dimensional offense. And I don't think they have quite the two-dimension they need yet, which is, throwing the ball the way they want to throw it. So I think it does come down to, if the Bills really want to stop the run, they can stop the run. At what price and at what compromise are they doing that, though?
Also, do you feel like they can, what does the pass defense become, I guess, if Bosa isn't healthy is another question here, right? Like, I guess the pass rush hasn't been unbelievable the last month of the season, but how are they going to generate that? Because I remember a couple years ago when Von Miller got hurt, they started blitzing a lot more. And I don't know that they'll feel like they can afford to blitz more with this defense. I guess I don't know, though.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think against this team, though, maybe you have to against the Bengals, because we'll see what they can handle, right? I think to me, Joe, that's a week-to-week type of deal. It's a week-to-week basis right there. How much you want to blitz and how much you don't want to blitz. So, we'll see going forward what they want to do. But you're right. They're compromised, in the passing game without Bosa for sure. If they don't have Bosa this week, we'll find out. But I think you're going to have to blitz a little bit then to make up for that. And then maybe this week blitzing might be a little more beneficial because, like I said, their offensive line pass protecting hasn't been that great. But maybe next week it's not. And, Drake May is making these great quick decisions that he can make. So it's interesting. They're going to have to make some decisions here for sure on how they want to deploy their strategy and personnel.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Finally, Sal, one last thing. You'll hear from players today. I'm eager to hear what the players have to say about, now that we know 29 times they called the same play roughly against Pittsburgh. And, boy, I don't know if you've also been enjoying the fallout in Pittsburgh and what it sounded like there since. Just a little bit of laughing at what's happening to them. It's a franchise that's won a lot. We know that. But, man, the Bills really... The latest nail in the coffin for this identity crisis of the Steelers and whether or not they should go through massive changes, which it seems like the fan base there is, thinking is long, long overdue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're talking about Steelers, right? I'm sorry, I lost you for a minute.
I'm talking about the Bills. What I'm interested in is what the Bills have to say about running the same play 29 times. Oh,
I apologize. I'm sorry about that.
And I just went off on a tangent about the Steelers because I can't not do that.
No, that's okay.
But the same play 29 times.
I mean, you do what works, right? That's what's working. You do it. And I've talked with Aaron Kromer about this before, and he's been coaching this league a long time. And this happened against Carolina. In fact, I'll tell you the exact conversation. I talked to Aaron Kromer a little bit about when they kept running toss sweep. You know what I mean? Against Carolina. Remember that?
Yep, Carolina.
And I said to Aaron Kromer, I saw him after that game, and I said, Coach, I have never seen a team run toss sweep that much in my life in a game. And he just looked at me with a smile. He goes, well, it was working, so you just keep going to it. And that's what we do. And I said, was it the exact same play? He said, here and there a little bit different. He said, you're trying to give him a little different look, maybe a different formation, but it's pretty much the same play, yes. And if that's what's working, that's what you do, and you lean on it. And then, it's what happens, guys, is there's a byproduct to that too, which is at some point the team's going to stop it. But when they overcommit to stop it, that's when you do something off it. That's setting something up for something else you want to do, right? It's like when the Bills, how many times over the years, we've seen this happen a few times. Bills run tunnel screen, a team jacks up to stop it. All of a sudden, they fake it and they go down the field, and they've scored a couple times that way, right? Yep. With Dalton Kincaid or whatever. It's the same thing. So, yeah, I mean, you demoralize teams when you do that. When you're running the ball like that, the same play over and over again, you're demoralizing a team. I actually had a couple Bills fans say, I can't believe Joe Brady would run the same play. Doesn't he have any other play to run? Like, why would you not want them to run the same play? Right. He's doing it on purpose. Right? Because it's working. Like, that's what you want to do. Now, you want to have a counterpunch. There's no doubt to it. But if you don't need one, you don't need one. You just keep doing what's working.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. We'll hear from Sean McDermott and players later today. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
When we get back, all you hear about, of course, is Burrow, Chase, Higgins. When we get back, there's one more name we got to talk about for this matchup that, look out. Cincinnati's got a guy that's on a heater, and the matchup against the Bills might not be a good one. Tell you who that is next. Mahomes is the conversations on the national shows, ESPN Get Up yesterday was, will he be viewed differently if they miss the playoffs?
Yep.
Which, that's a good question, too. Don't you kind of already view him a little bit differently? To me, viewing him differently started last year.
Yeah.
And maybe the year before.
Yeah, me too.
He had consecutive years where he was clutch and came up in big spots, but consecutive years where he did not look like this far and away number one best quarterback in football. Like, to me, that's been fading for a year to a year and a half.
Yep.
And maybe on to 2 years. He's still obviously amazing and an all-time great. But, like, if we borrow the bit from Nick Wright, Mahomes Mountain, Mahomes not on the top of Mahomes Mountain anymore.
No, I think actually this was a couple weeks ago, but I remember seeing a clip of him. He took Mahomes off the top of Mahomes Mountain.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is,
I think he might have put Drake May on top of it.
Maybe, and I think Stafford has spent a few minutes up there. They do it. This mountain graphic. It's a cool idea. Like, let's rank the quarterbacks how they're playing right now, and it's called Mahomes Mountain.
Right.
And he's not near the top.
Right.
So the whole thing has me thinking, like, all
which
right.
is strange though, because the 2 years that I thought that, okay, this is not the same, and he's not playing like the best quarterback in football. This year, like, all the numbers are kind of pointing up, aren't they? Like, that was part of it.
That's right.
For the last 2 years, there hasn't been a lot of passing volume there. There hasn't been a lot of efficiency, big plays. You look at the numbers, and they look pretty pedestrian. He had that long streak, I think, before the beginning of this year, where he had not thrown for 3 touchdowns in a game for, like, longer than Gardner Minshew. Like, he hadn't been doing much. He had been a game manager who would give you clutch moments at the end. That's what he had become. Is that what he is this year? He leads the NFL in passing attempts.
Right. They lean on him a lot.
He has 270 yards per game versus 245 that he had last year. I mean, you could yards per attempt on this season. Actually, if you do it by adjusted, including sacks, he's at 7.6. In the last 2 years, he was at 6.8. Like, I think he's been a lot better this year. They're not getting the results, I think, because they're losing one-score games. The luck is not going their way like it always has, and their defense isn't as good. So I think people would view him differently. People would probably start saying the things about him that they should have been saying last year.
Right.
Which is almost maddening about the Chiefs.
This week in the NFL is a massive week. It's almost like a college football playoff kind of first round of games in how much leverage there is for multiple teams. So I had this from, I'll find who tweeted this, Field Yates and Evan Kaplan. Evan Kaplan of research producer, Sunday NFL Countdown. Okay. There are 7 teams whose playoff chances swing by at least 25% with a win or loss. And 6 of them play each other.
Okay.
How about that, right?
Yeah.
The teams with the biggest swings this week are the Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Colts, and Cowboys.
And those teams play each other.
Steelers, Ravens,
yeah.
Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Cowboys is tomorrow.
Right.
So you have huge games. Like, if the Cowboys win, they're at 35% to make it. If they lose, it's 8.
Yep.
The Lions, 57 to make it. If they win, 23 if they lose.
23.
Yeah. And then the game we should talk about, probably, Chiefs, Texans, and maybe a little Steelers, Ravens here. Steelers, if they win, 65%. If they lose, 18.
Yeah.
47%.
That game is huge. And I saw that Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics had, as of right now, the most likely playoff matchup in the NFL.
Is it still
for week 1?
Bills against whoever that is?
Is Bills at Ravens at the moment. But I think what that means is that if the Steelers were to win the division, then Bills-Steelers would become the most likely.
Which would be hilarious.
Right. So so whoever wins that division doesn't have to play the Bills. But
no, it's most likely.
It's most likely because that's guessing that the Bills will jump over an AFC South team and the Chargers, and they will be the 5 seed. That if they don't get the 1, then they're the most likely team to have the top wild card spot.
Right. Chiefs, Texans. Chiefs, if they win, 56%. If they lose, 14.
Love it.
Texans.
56 if they win?
Yeah, back up to 56
really?
if they win.
Mm-hmm. Oh, because head-to-head against Houston, but, man, they still got to climb over somebody.
Texans, 76% if they win and 37% if they lose. Howard's here. He's going to pick the Bills next. We'll talk, Bills, Bengals, division, all that good stuff with Howard coming up. I mentioned going to the break. I was just checking into Chase Brown, what Chase Brown has done. Mm-hmm. Of course, like Jamar Chase is the big story. T. Higgins, is he out of concussion protocol and back with the Bengals this week? We might get news on that today. And, of course, Joe Burrow, who has carved up the Bills, albeit in limited action, 2 games and a quarter. So we'll see how that goes. But Chase Brown, Joe, his last couple games, what they've done, he gets the ball a ton. Mm-hmm. And if he doesn't run it well, he's big in the passing game. So their last 5-6 games, against Baltimore last week, he averages 5 yards a carry on 15 carries. Mm-hmm. And also caught the ball 7 times on 7 targets. Against New England, a game that the Bengals lost, 19 for 107. Caught the ball twice. Against Pittsburgh, who the Bills just ran all over, right?
Yep.
Against Pittsburgh, 5.5 per carry, 6 catches on 8 targets. Against Chicago, 75 yards receiving on 8 catches. The Jets, 12 rushes for 73, an average of 6 yards per carry and 10 yards per reception. And then the previous game against Pittsburgh, who the Bills ran all over, he went for 108 on 11 carries. Mm-hmm. So I know the Bengals' offensive line gets a lot of, they don't pass protect, they're pretty bad, but Chase Brown. I see Chase Brown running for 5 yards per carry against New England.
Yeah.
That is, granted, without Milton Williams, who they lost, but James Cook went for good numbers against Pittsburgh, and here's Chase Brown, who in 2 games against Pittsburgh has gone for 217 yards on 29 carries. You might get Cincinnati running the ball a lot more.
He could have the game that Sean Tucker had a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you even take that? Wouldn't you take right now, what did Tucker go for in that game?
He went for three touchdowns.
19 for 106 and 2 touchdowns.
And then he had a receiving touchdown as well.
Yes, so 3 touchdowns, right? He had 2 for 34 through the air. I would tell you right now, I would take that all day from Chase Brown because that means that Burrow's not throwing as much.
Because they're handing off.
Right. What did Mayfield do in that game? 173 yards, a touchdown, and a pick.
Yeah.
Can I make that trade again? I will take that game right now. You tell me that Burrow is kept in check and Chase Brown is running all over me. It's not gonna be perfect, right?
That's 32 points. I mean, would you take the Bengals score 32
when you put it that way?
That's
no, because I don't want to. I don't know if I want to say that.
I mean, you can't put up more than 32 on Cincinnati. Their defense has been very bad.
That's the fast-paced game that Cincy likes to play. A lot of drives, right? Big plays from the Bills. I'm not opposed to 32. I'm not opposed to it. I think the Bills could win a game like that again. I think the Cincy game could look like the Tampa game. I'm not sure the Bills would be doing the big plays as often. Maybe you'd get more long, sustained drives than you had against Tampa. But I could see the game looking similar.
803-0550. Howard picks the Bills. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast at 8:30. We're talking about maybe checking in with the chat a little bit later today. Is it worth it? What's going on in there in the YouTube bullpen?
Owen sent us there was like a really bad Sabre trade earlier in there or something.
All right. Well, always up for this. Was Owen Power traded today?
Oh, Owen Power is traded every day.
Okay.
He's the new AJ Epinesa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always a nightmare in there, but I'll find some stuff.
All right, good. We'll check in on that, so behave yourselves if you're in the YouTube chat. Thanks for streaming us, watching us. You can always like and subscribe our page on YouTube. Howard picks the Bills when we return. Jeremy White here to tell you about AAA Insurance. AAA, of course, is just more. Well, you should know them as more than roadside rescue. Maybe you've had a flat over the years or a car breaks down, and AAA comes to help out. Of course, it's how it works. But AAA Insurance, well, that's them working with top-rated carriers, more than a dozen top-rated carriers to make sure you get the best rates for your insurance, whatever your needs might be, whether that's home, auto, life insurance, your needs, your budget. Yours are yours alone, and AAA will help get you in touch with top carriers to switch. And switching is simple. Their agents handle all the details. You can move to a better plan without the headaches. You're going to send over like insurance binders, and they're going to do that work and find either better rates or better coverage. Because one thing I learned, like as home value changes over the years, right? You bought a home 10 years ago. Is it worth a different number than it is 10 years ago? Probably. Has your insurance kept up with that? Because they don't always keep up with the level of coverage you might need, given how valuable your home is. Just one of the many ways that AAA will get to work for you on better insurance options. So getting started is easy. Call or stop by your local AAA office. Go to AAA.com/coverage for your free, no-obligation quote today. Bosa, it would not surprise me in the least if what the Bills do is be very careful here. With Kincaid, they've probably been pretty careful, right? With Bosa, they almost gotta say, wait until. Am I going too far to say let's wait until the first round of the playoffs? Let's make sure. Let's wait until. Let's give them a month. Let's give them 3 weeks, whatever it takes, because the pass rush for the Bills is non-existent. It's gone. The numbers have dried up. They don't really have a pass rush. And if they don't have Bosa, who are your defensive ends?
It's just Rousseau and Epinesa.
It's tough.
It's basically just them.
It's tough.
Who's the next man in after that? Is it Javon Solomon, who's done nothing this year when he's played?
TJ Sanders playing defensive end.
Or Shaq Lawson.
Yeah,
you're nowhere.
Like, you are nowhere at defensive end. And while there's been tons of attention paid to the receiver position, they've been able to add a few pieces that can play, in part because of Josh Allen. And at the defensive end spot, they signed a guy yesterday. Like, they are so thin. And I'm thinking, if we find out today that Bosa is out, that could be a big problem. He's made huge plays. He made a huge play in the Pittsburgh game, the forced fumble that led to the scoop and score for Christian Benford. No Bosa for the next couple weeks. Like, all right, you get back to the question I asked, which would be, would you take 8 sacks and healthy for the playoffs? He didn't get to 8. But he's had a good enough number, and he's made a couple of game-changing plays.
He is leading the league in forced fumbles.
There you go.
Yeah.
Instead of sacks, you get a bunch of forced fumbles.
Yeah, he's got 5.
Deal.
Yeah.
5 forced fumbles, healthy for the playoffs. That's really what I got to hope for here, because that hamstring injury, we'll find out about it today, but I think it's going to be so careful with it.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Bengals coming up this Sunday at 1 o'clock. We'll get an updated injury report from practice later today, but as of now, we know Sean McDermott said on Monday, Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are all improving. Deion Dawkins was still in concussion protocol. Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery. Joey Bosa dealing with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. And our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that the Bills re-signed defensive end Andre Jones Jr. to the practice squad. He was waived when they signed Shaq Lawson. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres are on the road tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. This is the start of a 6-game road trip where the Sabres look to improve on the road, as this season they're currently 2-6-2. Puck drop is set for 7:30, and you'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Steelers claim wide receiver Adam Thielen off of waivers from the Minnesota Vikings, and also waived cornerback Darius Slay. And the 49ers general manager John Lynch said he is, quote, hopeful wide receiver Brandon Ayuk will play for the team this season. We are kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dashes Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. You can also donate online through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Mission Give Where You Live, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dashes Market. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
That's a team that's dangerous. That's a team that you don't want to play right now, especially with Joe Burrow at the helm. And a team that, yes, they might be out of contention, but they're there to bust brackets, have nothing to lose, man. So what you do is you hunker down, understand what you're walking into, which is a Cincinnati team that's given this team in the past a little bit of trouble. If this team can get Shaq Thompson on the field as much as possible, but implement him, man, he was flying off the screen. He was thumping dudes.
Mitch Morse, former Bills center Mitch Morse, chatting with the guys on One Bills Live. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Hump Day. Jeremy and Joe. Howard's in on a Wednesday instead of a Tuesday. Good to have you here on a Hump Day. How are you?
What's going on, boys?
Mets hat, huh?
Yeah, big signing. So I'm back on board.
They signed somebody?
Devin Williams.
Who's that?
Yankees closer last year. Well, he was at times there. He's going to be the setup guy for Diaz if they re-sign Diaz.
Isn't he the guy that Yankee fans wanted to shoot into the sun all season?
Joe, how you doing? How's the weather?
Interesting.
Yeah, he's the guy. He was in Milwaukee, really great closer. Went to the Yankees, fell apart, booed.
Mercilessly.
Unbelievable, but it's New York.
Gotcha.
So I thought, well, he just can't pitch in New York, so he goes across over to Queens.
Just not going to time this. The fastest we ever got you to panic about the Mets on a segment.
Hey, they're still third in the World Series odds.
Less than a
We
minute.
haven't even hit the winter meetings, and you're giving me this stuff already. How about those Bills?
Yeah. Nice game against the Steelers.
It's the Steelers.
Is it?
How funny was
he
that?
was no more confident about any game all season picking than that
They're
game,
such a
and it was
fraud.
the easiest looking second half ever.
You know what the best part of this is? So Monday, Andrew Filippone used to work here. Works at 93.7, 94, whatever sports station.
93 The Fan.
Yeah.
Turned on the top of his show at 2 o'clock.
On Monday?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. You and me both.
Wow. Yeah. That's the funniest part of this.
It's beautiful.
The stuff everybody, not Steeler fans, has been saying about the Steelers for how many years now? Going back to the end of Roethlisberger. Now they're finally saying it in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Like, he's not a good coach. He coaches too conservatively. The offense has been bad forever, but what always bailed him out was they usually had a really good defense. Now they don't.
Yeah, they have an
all of a
expensive
sudden,
defense. It's not good.
It's counting $130 million against the cap, that defense. But it's so funny that all of a sudden Steeler fans are now, fire the coach. The owner doesn't care. What are we doing? Like, where you guys been for 5, 7, 8 years?
I also think there's a little bit of like Bills fans, when the Bills would win a game and the other team is the national headline, sometimes that's, it's more about the other team losing than it is about the Bills winning. In this case, everyone's like, yeah, I mean, come on,
it's deserved.
Come on, it's Pittsburgh. I had a stat for you on the Steelers that I did not get to yesterday, which is that Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, I think they don't have a completed 20-yard pass, air yards, in 36 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
They do not. They are the worst passing offense down the field in football, and 36 days since they've completed a 20-plus yard air yard pass. They did add Adam Thielen, which brings a hilarious end to Seth Rorabaugh, who covers the Steelers.
Yeah.
Right after the game he tweeted something to the effect of, Mike Tomlin is going to say, we got to find guys that don't eat soup with forks. And then he's going to sign a 2018 Pro Bowler to the practice squad, and then they signed a 2018 Pro Bowler to the practice squad.
Good thing they got rid of Pickens. I mean,
not practice squad. They signed it off waivers.
As much as we have talked, and understandably so, about look at the Bills' receiving core, who scares you?
Yeah.
After DK Metcalf, come on.
Well, DK Metcalf's not even really that.
And he had 30 yards the other day.
They made a mistake on the Metcalf big money, true number one idea for him.
But look at the depth chart. I mean, that's just hideous, offense.
The other thing is, for the Bills to move on from Diggs, he was later in his career. There are reasons to say it made sense. To move on from Pickens and watch him oh my God. Oh, okay, never mind. He is currently one of the best receivers in football.
Right.
Like a top 10 guy. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So the Steelers, maybe they fire Tomlin, maybe not. See, Roethlisberger said that Tomlin should go coach Penn State and he would probably win national championships. Okay.
I feel like that would not happen.
No, I don't think that would happen.
I just love the other day and I get it. He's not the offensive coordinator, but there was a 3rd and 9, and they ran the ball.
Yeah.
And the 4th and 2, they run Gainwell right into the middle of the defense.
Not only did they run Gainwell in the middle of the defense, they had like a 6'3", 300-pound guy in the slot. What do you think we think you're going to do on this play?
And he is like Mr. I'm going to punt the ball when in doubt. I mean, it's just so funny to watch.
Yep.
Anyway, so they did, Joe, to your point. I was never really worried about that. I'm really not worried about this game.
Never one time.
So they did what they needed to do. It was really fun to watch them hold on to the ball for 42 minutes, run the same run plays, and keep having it work, and have it work time after time after time.
So does it have you feeling, as we're about to get to pick the Bills, any better about the Bills past this game, or do you just look at it as, hey, heck of a game?
I wouldn't just write it off as a heck of a game and, hey, it was Pittsburgh. I mean, I do think, that's the best performance by the defense, 60 minutes, like start to finish. I think I'm feeling a little better about the defense. I'm not going to go all in, but they have been showing signs of improvement, and I think what's encouraging, you guys played the clip about Shaq Thompson. It feels like when Thompson's out there, the defense is better. Whoever's playing linebacker, this game it was Milano, is better because Shaq Thompson's out there. I mean, Bernard was not having a great season. And I love Benford is Benford again. We were talking about this on the show the other night. Joe Biscaglia tracked this stuff. 4 out of the last 5 games, Benford has been traveling with the top receiver.
All right.
So he's the shutdown guy, and Cole Bishop has gotten better. I didn't think Trey could hold up over a whole season, quite honestly. I think he's doing a little better than I thought he would do. Taron Johnson had some rough stretches. The secondary is improving.
Yeah.
Thompson's made the linebacking group better. So I do feel the defense is getting better.
Even White, right? Lance Lysowski, I saw tweet this out a few minutes ago, that he's been targeted 10 times in the last 5 games. And on those 10 targets, 2 catches for 20 yards.
That's good. Yeah, I think he's holding up better than I thought. Now, I'd love to get Oliver back. It's too bad Hoyt got hurt. I got to wait on Bosa's hamstring.
Yeah,
that could be more than
to be healthy.
I would guess he doesn't play this week, precautionary, and then save him for New England.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
He has to be healthy.
That's the scariest part right now, because I do feel good about their defense, but I don't know if I feel good about their defense if they're out of defensive ends. And the room at that position right now is so paper thin. I don't know if I could keep feeling confident about the defense if it's just Prey, Rousseau, and Epinesa can play every snap of an entire game.
Well, the other thing I like to say is you can feel great about your defense because of the regular season, and then how do you feel about it against Drake May or Joe Burrow or Mahomes in the playoffs? It's different.
But this year you might not have them.
That's right.
This year you might just have Drake May to worry about.
You know who you will not have to worry about in the playoffs, though, is Aaron Rodgers. You can look good against him. So we'll see. All right, we're getting Howard picks the Bills here and roll through the close to the season. We're getting closer to be able to pick the playoffs, but let's find out if they win the division. Coming up right here on Howard picks the Bills.
A tradition unlike any other.
People get mad no matter what. Either A, I didn't pick enough wins. B, I'm shilling for the team. C, the losses are too obvious. Pick them to beat somebody of note. D, wait, that's the record you had last week. Why not do something a little different this week? E, all of the above.
Right. It's time for Howard to pick the Bills.
I think the Steelers' defense has improved a little bit, Joe, but it's still not overwhelmingly good. Mm-hmm. So I think the Bills' offense should make plays against them. I know they're getting Rodgers back, and he's been better than he was with the Jets. But I made a promise. I made a solemn vow, and I'm a man of my word.
take the Bills.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Okay.
Are we betting the over this week, by the way?
It's a big one. It's 51.5.
I was say it's a big number.
Number is big.
You're not betting the over?
No, because games like this end up being ball control.
All right.
And both teams might feel like they can run it.
Well, Chase Brown can.
Yeah.
And James Cook can.
Right. So you might get a game where there's, 10 possessions each.
So this is why I listen to this show. I would have bet the over.
Yeah, the score is 24-21. That's still a high scoring. Not high, it's the average, but we'll see. We'll see. Depends on how many possessions there are. All right. Howard picks the Bills. Odds to win the division, 8% currently.
That's not very good.
To miss the playoffs, 9%. That's according to the New York Times playoff machine. Bills hosting Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Two-part question.
Yes.
1, will they win? 2, will we feel any better about how Joe Burrow has the answers to the test? Because they can both be yes, they can both be no, they could be a yes and a no.
Well,
will they solve Burrow at all? And will they win?
I don't think they'll solve Burrow, and I can't answer the first question yet. I need to share some stats with you guys.
All right.
Did you know where Cincinnati ranks in scoring defense?
Near the bottom. They've been horrible.
Actually, at the bottom.
Yeah.
They're 32nd.
That's right.
Do you know how many times that defense has given up 30 or more points this season?
Ooh, 10.
6.
That's a lot.
The Steelers' offense, which was hideous the other day, 3 weeks ago, the Bengals played the Steelers. They gave up 34 points to that Steelers offense.
That's right.
Did you know? Hopefully, pray that Dalton Kincaid plays in this game. The Bengals have an historically bad defense matching up against tight ends. They're on pace to break NFL records for the worst stats given up against tight ends over an entire season. Yeah. Tight ends this season against Cincinnati's defense have 86 catches, over 1,000 yards, and 13 touchdowns.
Wow. Already,
with 5 games left. But did you also know that the Cincinnati Bengals have won all 8 of Joe Burrow's last 8 starts going back to last season?
I do know that. I wanted to point out, while they've given up 30 a million times in their last 2 games, they've given up 26 and 14.
Yeah, I didn't want to point that part
out.
out.
Now, part of the reason they got 14 is because the Ravens lost 4 fumbles.
Yeah. And the Ravens' offense is in a bit of a quandary right now.
It had 6 yards per play against Cincinnati, but lost. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they'll solve Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. It would make it easier if Higgins doesn't play. But their skill position players do scare me. I do think the Bills are going to have to get at least 30 points to win this game.
All right. Will they?
Yes.
Bills win.
I will take the Bills.
Bills win. Odds in the division go up to 10%, setting up the massive matchup in New England. Patriots come off the bye. This game was not flexed.
Thank goodness.
Some people say thank goodness.
I like 1 o'clock.
Others have their daughter's first dance recital at 3 o'clock that day.
Really?
Yeah.
How you playing this one?
I'm going.
Watching the game on the phone at the dance recital?
Maybe while other kids are dancing, sure.
This will be the commercial where you see a dad at a dance recital and all of a sudden, yeah, come on, front, like Josh. Like he'll be, like everybody in the hall will be looking at this guy right here as he reacts to a game on his phone.
Or a loud negative curse word maybe if something goes wrong.
He'll drop an F-bomb. In the dance recital.
I don't react like that to games.
You should bring some tape and you can set your phone up on the chair in front of you. There you go.
I need to see this. Anyway.
The dance recital? I'll get you tickets.
No, I want to see you reacting at the dance recital.
Bills, Patriots. Patriots win. They win the division with 3 games to play.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a part of me that looks at this, and I'm not overly sold as everybody talks about with the Patriots schedule. Their best win of the season was here. And they've taken.
Do the Bills have a win that good?
Kansas City, Baltimore, but before Baltimore was bad Baltimore.
Those are also at home.
Yep. Well, their road record is they're a 500 road team for the last 2+ seasons. Yeah, I'm trying to find a way. The only thing I'm thinking is, okay, it's Josh Allen. The Bills will do one of those things where they rise to the level of the big game, going to Miami a couple years ago, winning on the road to clinch the division. I'm trying to do that. I think Drake May's really good, guys.
Yeah.
And I think they're getting really good coaching.
Controversial statement.
No, I'm just right. I mean, he's good.
Nearly everybody is sold.
And their defense is good. And they've upgraded at head coach. And Diggs is doing well. I mean, I just think
Keyshawn Butte.
It's hard for me to say right now.
Joe will tell you anytime I get a chance to shout out Keyshawn Butte.
Oh, he's good.
He
just doesn't get talked up enough around the league.
Very good.
I think it's hard for me to take a Bills team right now that still has flaws it's working through to say they're going to go in and beat New England. I will stay with New England on this one. Sorry.
Patriots win, bust out the AFC East champs hats in Week 15.
That's right. They'll clinch against the Bills.
They'll have the hats.
Oh, that's
Will they have the hats in the building? Will they spend?
Yes.
Oh, God, yes. They might put a banner up before the game is at the end of the game.
Diggs will be wearing the hat when he's walking around shaking hands with his former teammates.
Lord. I might have to change that pick just for that.
What's your take on Drake May winning MVP?
I wouldn't give it to him.
It's basically going to be him or Stafford.
It seems that way.
I wouldn't give it to Drake May. I'd give it to Stafford. But I think they obviously the thing to worry about is what everybody's freaking out about. New England's out of the abyss.
Yeah. And this offseason, we'll see. Let's say both the Bills and Patriots miss the Super Bowl. Both of these teams will be hunting top receiver and top edge rusher. Mm-hmm. And they'll be competing for it in the draft, in free agency.
You would think the Patriots might look at it and go, hey, guess what? We have a franchise quarterback. Let's really upgrade our weapons on offense around this guy.
And they've been trying to do that for years, and it's been hard for them to do it because it's been Belichick and no quarterback. And now I'll go play with Vrabel and Drake May.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, Patriots win. The Bills are going to be a wild card team. Hold on.
Fighting for seeding.
Let me switch back to make the playoffs from win the division on the New York Times playoff machine because I got another odds. And if they're going to play hard, rest starters. Okay, Bills-Browns.
I'll take the Bills. Sorry, I'm just laughing about the Browns offense. Go ahead.
Bills-Eagles. I think if the Bills win this game, they clinch a playoff spot.
I mean, the Eagles have been a puzzle, right? You don't know what's going on every week with that team. Jalen Hurts is not playing well. I will take the Bills to win that game.
I also think they're going to beat the Eagles.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Steelers are frauds.
Eagles just don't look right.
No, they don't.
More than like multiple weeks this season. That game against Dallas, I thought, I'm watching going, this is great. Dallas is getting blown out. This game is over, and they blow it. And Jalen Hurts, he's not playing well. And Barkley, what happened to him from 2024 to 2025?
He's not getting the blocking.
So, I think the Bills will win that game.
Bills-Jets.
Bills will win that game.
Bills. So one more loss, that puts them at 12-5 for the season. That's definitely the number one wild card going on the road to the low division winner,
which will be the North.
It'll be the North, probably. I mean, the South has 3 teams gunning for it, but it's still probably going to be the North.
So we should be rooting for Pittsburgh to win the North, actually. Because you don't want to face Burrow, and you never want to. I don't want to face Lamar
If the Bills
Jackson.
went to Pittsburgh in the playoffs, what's the spread?
Ooh, Bills minus 8 might not be bad.
8? Wow.
Come on.
I know, but I'm just like a home underdog.
The only thing is, if you're giving the
playoffs?
Steelers the division, they must have won games on the way to getting there.
Fair.
Did they beat Baltimore twice?
They have to, yeah. I mean, they're playing their schedule. They still have to play Baltimore twice. Oh, they're done with
There's
Cincinnati.
a Detroit game in there.
They play Miami, Detroit, Cleveland inside the 2 games with Baltimore.
They beat Baltimore once, and they beat Miami and Cleveland at the end. That's 3 wins.
That's 9 and 8.
Yeah, it'd be close.
So I want to take issue with one thing you said. I don't think the Steelers are frauds because they are, in Denny Green's famous right. They're absolutely who we thought they are.
You're right.
And they are every year.
But they're portrayed in a way that they should never have been portrayed. And it's done, you know what? It's probably the old people like me who grew up in the 70s and remember the Steelers as a flagship franchise. They haven't been that.
In a while.
In a long time.
And for me, the most offensive thing about the Steelers is the parade of NFL insiders that say firing Mike Tomlin is ridiculous.
Why?
It's just a parade.
I liked whoever tweeted out, don't even consider, it's preposterous to even consider it.
Right.
Why?
I know.
When was the last, do you know the last time they won a playoff game?
2012?
2016.
2016.
Yeah.
Who'd they beat?
Alex Smith's Chiefs.
Which, by the way, I saw
good.
was the.
Nice
I've looked at that. James Harrison was like their leader in tackles.
So that's a great flashpoint in NFL history. They beat Alex Smith's Chiefs. They didn't score a touchdown in that game.
Correct. Right. How funny is that? The last Steelers playoff win, they didn't even they kick all field goals.
And what happened after that game? What did the Chiefs immediately do?
Mahomes.
Quarterback.
Traded up for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
We made the playoffs.
So you're saying we should blame the Steelers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Steelers won that game with field goals. I mean, listen, if the Chiefs had won that game, they still might have done it.
So when's their last touchdown in a playoff win? Is that even longer ago? It's going to be like 30 years ago.
I look forward to your research.
An all field goal win against Kansas City. All right, Howard, thank you.
All right, fellas, have a nice rest of your week.
See you next week. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, when we return to chat about this matchup and why Joe Burrow always seems to have all the answers. What can the Bills do this time to make it look a little different? 803-0550 if you want to jump in here on a Wednesday on WGR. Bosa, it would not surprise me in the least if what the Bills do is be very careful here. With Kincaid, they've probably been pretty careful, right? With Bosa, they almost got to say, wait until, am I going too far to say, let's wait until the first round of the playoffs? Let's make sure. Let's wait until, let's give them a month. Let's give them 3 weeks, whatever it takes, because the pass rush for the Bills is non-existent. It's gone. The numbers have dried up. They don't really have a pass rush. And
Jeremy
if
White
they
here
don't have
for
Bosa,
FanDuel Sportsbook.
Who are your defensive ends?
It's just Rousseau and Epinesa.
It's tough.
It's basically just them.
It's tough.
Who's the next man in after that? Is it Javon Solomon, who's done nothing this year when he's played?
TJ Sanders playing defensive end.
Or Shaq Lawson.
Yeah,
you're nowhere.
Like you are nowhere at defensive end. And while there's been tons of attention paid to the receiver position, there they've been able to add a few pieces that can play, in part because of Josh Allen. And at the defensive end spot, they signed a guy yesterday. Like they are so thin. And I'm thinking, if we find out today that Bosa is out, that could be a big problem. He's made huge plays. He made a huge play in the Pittsburgh game, the forced fumble that led to the scoop and score for Christian Benford. No Bosa for the next couple weeks. Like, all right, you get back to the question I asked, which would be, would you take 8 sacks and healthy for the playoffs? He didn't get to 8. But he's had a good enough number, and he's made a couple of game-changing plays.
He is leading the league in forced fumbles.
There you go.
Yeah.
Instead of sacks, you get a bunch of forced fumbles.
Yeah, he's got 5.
Deal.
Yeah.
5 forced fumbles, healthy for the playoffs. That's really what I got to hope for here, because that hamstring injury, we'll find out about it today, but I think it's going to be so careful with it.
I remember seeing a clip of him he took Mahomes off the top of Mahomes Mountain.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is,
I think he might have put Drake May on top of it.
Maybe, and I think Stafford has spent a few minutes up there. They do it. This mountain graphic. It's a cool idea. Like, let's rank the quarterbacks how they're playing right now, and it's called Mahomes Mountain.
Right.
And he's not near the top.
Right.
So the whole thing has me thinking, like,
which is strange though, because the 2 years that I thought that, okay, this is not the same, and he's not playing like the best quarterback in football. This year, all the numbers are kind of pointing up, aren't they? Like, that was part of it.
That's right.
For the last 2 years, there hasn't been a lot of passing volume there. There hasn't been a lot of efficiency, big plays. You look at the numbers, and they look pretty pedestrian. He had that long streak, I think, before the beginning of this year, where he had not thrown for 3 touchdowns in a game for, longer than Gardner Minshew. He hadn't been doing much. He had been a game manager who would give you clutch moments at the end. That's what he had become. Is that what he is this year? He leads the NFL in passing attempts.
Right, they lean on him a lot.
He has 270 yards per game versus 245 that he had last year. I mean, you could yards per attempt on this season. Actually, if you do it by adjusted, including sacks, he's at 7.6. In the last 2 years, he was at 6.8. Like, I think he's been a lot better this year. They're not getting the results, I think, because they're losing one-score games. The luck is not going their way like it always has, and their defense isn't as good. So, I think people would view him differently. People would probably start saying the things about him that they should have been saying last year.
Right.
Which is almost maddening about the Chiefs.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Bengals coming up this Sunday at 1 o'clock. We'll get an updated injury report from practice later today, but as of now, we know from Sean McDermott on Monday that Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are all improving. Deion Dawkins was still in concussion protocol. Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery, and Joey Bosa is dealing with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that the Bills re-signed defensive end Andre Jones Jr. to the practice squad. He was waived when they signed Shaq Lawson. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Sabres on the road tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. This is the start of a 6-game road trip where the Sabres look to improve their road record. Puck drop is set for 7:30, and you can catch all the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I don't want to say it was like it was easy with that, some of it, but like the guys were having a lot of success. I wanted to keep going to it, so why get away from it? You know, as always, you run it a couple times. Do you stop running it and wish you did, and then next time you run it and then you lose 3 yards and you're wondering why you went to the well too many times, right? So it's always that fine line.
Joe Brady on how they ran the same play a million times. I just hope somebody today asking the players, like to Josh Allen, I mentioned this yesterday, but the 17th time does Allen say to Brady, like, just let me know if you want to change the play. By the 20th time is Allen's calling the play in the huddle. It's just like, come on, you guys know.
Does he even ask anymore?
To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, you know?
Right.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, joining us here on the Western Hotline as we chat about Bills and Bengals and also look back a little bit to the Steeler game. Joe, always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us today. We moved your time a little bit, but good to catch up this week. How are you today?
Doing well, guys. Excited for the Bills and coming off of that win against Pittsburgh. It feels like they really needed that, and it feels like some things are shaping up a little better than if that game would have went differently.
Yeah. Joe, I'll ask you the same question I kind of asked Howard, which is, does the Pittsburgh performance give you a lot of stuff to move forward with, or are you just kind of able to isolate and say, like, hey, it was a really nice game. It's nice to see them have a really nice game pretty much in all phases?
Yeah, I think it is that, Jeremy, and this team, this Bills 2025 team has kind of been confusing in a lot of different ways because we've seen vulnerability and we've seen success in areas that they've been vulnerable at times as well, whether that's run defense, and sometimes it looks really bad, and sometimes it looks good, or sometimes the pass rush looks really good, and sometimes it's not there. And offensively, they can run the ball really well a lot of times, and the pass game can be inconsistent. But I think the identity of this team is not so much rooted in any one key element, but when they do find success, they are able to figure it out, right? Like whatever they need that day, they can come up with it. And I think that's happened 8 times, right? And 4 times it hasn't. And so it's about what problems are presented, how do they figure it out? And I think this Steelers matchup was a good example of how the Bills were able to figure it out.
Joe Marino on the Western Hotline. All right, Joe, on to Cincinnati this week against the Bengals, a healthy Joe Burrow. He played last week. They won in Baltimore. It's a lot of turnovers that happened in that game. The defense for Cincinnati got roasted and still won. Baltimore fumbled the ball 4 times. I want to ask you about Cincinnati because we haven't seen that many matchups with the Bengals. But when we do see it, we see Joe Burrow have all the answers to the test. Do you expect that to continue? And if so, what is it about this exact matchup, Burrow against the McDermott defense, where he seems to have all the answers?
Yeah, Jeremy, I mean, we've seen 2 games of Joe Burrow against the Bills. I think he's completing like 68% of his passes, almost 600 yards and 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Then, of course, the beginning of the Damar Hamlin game, the Bills couldn't stop him, right? I haven't seen in I guess it's about 10 quarters of the Bills against Joe Burrow have really any success of trying to get him slowed down. And, that 2023 game where Sean McDermott was the defensive coordinator, he blitzed Joe Burrow like 30%, which is a pretty high rate, and Burrow killed him. And you think about some of the other games where they're playing a little bit more coverage, and he killed him. So this is a big test for the Bills. I'm very concerned about the pass rush that is completely non-existent over the last 4 games, especially with Joey Bosa's status up in the air. And so I think the Bills are going to have challenges with their defense. The answer to me is they got to score. The Bills got to score. They're at home. They've been a way better team at home. Their offense scores a lot of points at home. That has to show up. And this is a Bengals defense that doesn't offer a whole lot of resistance. They've given up the most yards. They give up the most points. They're second worst in third downs. This is a game where the Bills offense that's capable of going out and scoring 35, 40, 45 points, we got to see it because I think Burrow's going to put a lot of stress on Buffalo's defense.
You feel like best case scenario, this game could look something like the Tampa game looked?
Yeah, I think that's a good call out, Joe. I think it could look very similar to that, and maybe with a little bit more rushing success for the Bills. I mean, the Bengals really don't have it when it comes to their D-line and linebackers. They're playing a couple of really young linebackers that are, they're drinking through a fire hose when you watch them play, and I think this is a game where James Cook can really, really exploit some opportunities against this Bengals front, and I think that the Bills should be able to throw the ball. So what excites me about this game is what is possible for this Bills offense at home. And really, whatever they want to be, they should be able to be it. The real key is going to be you got to finish drives. So if you want to be this efficient offense that can throw it and run it and be two-dimensional, great. You got to get 6. This is a game where field goals – boy, they're just not going to help you because with all due respect to the Bills' defense and a lot of success that they've had lately, we haven't seen them very strong against Burrow. And with this pass rush literally bottom of the league over the last 4 weeks with no real belief that it's going to be better this week, that's where I get concerned. And so this offense has really got to show out on Sunday.
It could be interesting how, like you said, they could be whatever they want to be. That'll be curious because, one thing they were in Tampa was big plays, and there were shorter, quicker drives, more drives because of that, and you got a higher scoring game. And if they feel like, man, we don't have a pass rush, Bosa's not playing, and to protect our defense, let's run it all over Cincinnati and let's kind of, whittle down the amount of drives that there are. I wonder if that's what the Bills will end up targeting.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more like the Kansas City script, if you will. That's the one that I would kind of point more towards, where the Bills were. That was probably the best example of the Bills being two-dimensional, controlling some clock, being efficient, right? I think at the core, that's what the Bills want to be. But it comes down to you got to score. And not field goals. This is not a field goal game. And so I think that's a fair call out is, I think we're going to get an idea for what the Bills truly want to be offensively in this game, which I think is two-dimensional, and I think it'll look a little bit like that Kansas City game.
Joe Marino joining us on the Western Hotline. Joe, looking at this defense, Shaq Thompson getting a lot of run. It feels like this has been a groundswell of support for the way they look when Shaq Thompson is out there on the field. Is it so much so now that this is as obvious to anybody out there? He's going to be their middle linebacker going forward, you think?
It'd be hard for me to understand anything other than that. On my podcast today, I talked about the Bills' defensive EPA with and without Shaq Thompson on the field. And EPA, is not a super familiar metric for most, but it's expected points added. It's a really good way to measure how good a unit is, because it basically takes the situations that a defense is or an offense is presented, compares it to historical norms, and then gives you an idea of like, okay, what's the expectation for that play? And the Bills' defense, when Shaq Thompson is on the field, their defensive EPA would be the equivalent of what the Denver Broncos are this year, number 4 in the NFL. When Shaq Thompson's off the field, the Bills' defense is the equivalent of the 28th best defense in the league, which is what the Tennessee Titans are. And so those would be your parallels. And I know that's not a perfect way to say it. The Bills have had 171 more snaps without Shaq Thompson on the field, but they're just better. They're just significantly better when Shaq Thompson's on the field, because I think he can kind of help mask some of the warts that the Bills have with their defensive tackle situation, where they're pretty inconsistent with how they fit the run and maintaining their gap integrity. And Shaq Thompson's a legit downhill, read, react, play through contact, leverage blocks appropriately, leverage gaps appropriately, tackler. Like he's that type of guy. He's a traditional Mike. And he doesn't hurt you in coverage either. He can help you in coverage. And so with Terrell Bernard playing through some injuries, and even when he's healthy, that downhill ability not being a strength of his, it kind of exacerbates your issues with defending the run. When you have a small middle linebacker that struggles to play through contact and deconstruct blocks and tackle with defensive tackles that are more penetration style guys that aren't super stout against the run, like you got a bad recipe there. Shaq Thompson helps overcome some of that. Now we got to be real about Shaq Thompson. He's on the wrong side of 30. He's had some significant injuries over the last few years, but while you got him right now, I think you got to get him on the field. You're clearly better with him. And at a minimum, I think this is a player that you want to keep around for as long as he wants to play. I mean, you see some linebackers out there that are aging very, very well. Levante David with the Bucks, Demario Davis with the Saints, Bobby Wagner with Washington. And I think that Shaq Thompson, can certainly help the Bills the rest of this year and maybe even into the future.
Joe, I want to ask you one question before we go. Our Twitter poll, which team would you most like to avoid in a playoff matchup? They play this week, Chiefs hosting the Texans, and whichever team loses has a big-time uphill climb. It'd be more damaging for the Chiefs. Like the Chiefs, if they lose, have a 14% chance to make the playoffs. If the Texans lose, they're at like 37%. But here we have one team that has knocked the Bills out of the playoffs 4 times, and the other is the team that has made them look the worst version of themselves twice now in the regular season. So what's your answer? Which team you would least of the two like to see in a playoff matchup, Chiefs or Texans?
I'll tell you, the Bills would have to go to Houston, right? That's been a house of horrors for the Bills. We saw this year. We know last year when Josh went 9-30. Go back to the playoff game where that was chaotic. Go back to his rookie season, the game where he hurt his elbow. Yeah. Like, it's been a house of horrors going to Houston. But my goodness, the Bills season has ended in Arrowhead 3 times, right? So can we choose other? I'll be honest with you. I don't want Mahomes. I don't want to deal with Mahomes in the playoffs. I just don't. And so give me the Bills dealing with Houston. I think that would be the better matchup.
And then one more. New England, of course, is like a big topic. The division, their record, their win streak. I don't think they're frauds at all. I think anybody making the case they might be a little inflated. I feel like I want to listen to that. The schedule has been soft for them, but they've not tripped. That's like the difference between the Bills and the Patriots is the Bills have tripped a couple times and New England has not. So how high is their ceiling this year, do you think?
Well, I think we look at this AFC in general, and it feels wide open. I mean, as soon as you want to diminish New England, okay, well, who are you propping up? Well, that team's got problems too, right? And to your point, Jeremy, and I fully agree with you. They're 11-2, and they've avoided the slip-up, and they've had chances, whether that was against Cincinnati or against Tampa or Atlanta or even New Orleans. The Bills, right, they've had their chance to blow it, right? They've had late game mistakes, and it hasn't cost them. And I think that's a sign of a really well-coached team that plays good situational ball, which is Mike Vrabel, right? I mean, so I know nobody wants to hear it, but yeah, I believe the Patriots are a really, really good football team. Yes, they have taken advantage of a soft schedule, but they haven't had hiccups. The Bills have had hiccups against the Falcons, against the Dolphins, against that Patriots team in Buffalo, against the Texans. So the Bills, you want to be mad about the Bills letting the division slip away. Don't be mad at the Patriots. Yeah. Don't be mad at be mad at the Bills for not taking care of the business that they need to take care of. And obviously this is all but slipped away at this point.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast here for our weekly visit. Thanks, Joe.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Joe Marino. You can find everything he does at thejoemarino.com, from his all 22 reviews to, of course, the Locked On Bills podcast, the Bill Squad show, all that stuff. Always great to talk to Joe. When we return, I've got a conundrum, a Sabres conundrum.
A Sabres conundrum?
Yeah, Sabres conundrum. They play Philly tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I might want to use a certain phrase.
No.
I might want to use a certain phrase.
Uh-oh.
I'm ready.
Joe, get ready. You got the volume thing there. You might need to.
I think I'm
down.
gonna bust it out. We'll get to that next. This week in the NFL is a massive week. It's almost like a college football playoff kind of first round of games in how much leverage there is for multiple teams. There are
Jeremy Wood here.
So I have Riverfront Auto Sales. I had this from, I'll find who tweeted this, Field Yates and Evan Kaplan. Evan Kaplan of research producer, Sunday NFL Countdown. Okay. There are 7 teams whose playoff chances swing by at least 25% with a win or loss. And 6 of them play each other.
Okay.
How about that, right?
Yeah.
The teams with the biggest swings this week are the Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Colts, and Cowboys.
And those teams play each other.
Steelers, Ravens,
yeah.
Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Cowboys is tomorrow.
Right.
So you have huge games. Like, if the Cowboys win, they're at 35% to make it. If they lose, it's 8.
Yep.
The Lions, 57 to make it. If they win, 23 if they lose.
23.
Yeah. And then the game we should talk about, probably, Chiefs, Texans, and maybe a little Steelers, Ravens here. Steelers, if they win, 65%. If they lose, 18.
Yeah.
47%.
That game is huge. And I saw that Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics had, as of right now, the most likely playoff matchup in the NFL.
Is it still
for week 1?
Bills against whoever that is?
Is Bills at Ravens at the moment. But I think what that means is that if the Steelers were to win the division, then Bills-Steelers would become the most likely.
Which would be hilarious.
Right. So whoever wins that division doesn't have to play the Bills. But
no, it's most likely.
It's most likely because that's guessing that the Bills will jump over an AFC South team and the Chargers, and they will be the 5 seed. That if they don't get the 1, then they're the most likely team to have the top wild card spot.
Right. Chiefs, Texans. Chiefs, if they win, 56%. If they lose, 14.
Love it.
Texans.
56 if they win?
Yeah, back up to 56 if they win.
Oh, because head-to-head against Houston, but, man, they still got to climb over somebody.
Texans, 76% if they win and 37% if they lose.
I cannot watch them lose to the Chiefs again, where they do exactly what you said, where they just morph into, we're just going to score on every single one of our drives against you.
And you think that is more likely?
I think that's more likely.
I don't want to watch that either. The question is, how likely is that? Right.
I'm not all the way sure that another playoff matchup would go that way, because one thing that I have thought about the last 2 playoff matchups for the Bills is I wonder if McDermott gets... I don't think he gets a raw deal at all for 13 seconds. Like, I think that was a brutal, brutal day in the history of the franchise, and I think he's one of the top scapegoats to look at for what happened that day. The last 2 playoff losses on defense, you didn't have any of your linebackers. You're playing A.J. Klein in one of them, and then the next one, Christian Benford, goes out on the first drive, and I've got Rasul Douglas and Kyrie Elam trying to guard the Chiefs. Damar Hamlin is playing, against receivers in the secondary. I guess I'm not giving him a pass for those 2 games. I'm just saying I would like to see McDermott's defense against the Chiefs' offense again without having severe limitations, without having a severe handicap going into that game. So I don't know that it would go terribly. I don't want to bet on it, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it.
I don't either.
Follow can't do much with it. Winnipeg almost had too many. Sabres, though, good speed on the counter. Milic fights off the shot. Another one scores! Are you kidding me? From that angle, Alex Tuck throws it at the net, and Buffalo has their fourth of the game and a 3-goal lead right back. It's 4-1.
All right, big one for the Sabres tonight in Philly. I had someone text in to me in my text club, not tweet at me. You can join my text club if you want. Ask me about it on Twitter. I'm going to the game in Philly tonight. Mm-hmm. Please don't call the game a must-win.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I've
got maybe a record where when I call the game a must-win, they don't win.
Like every time.
They lose my must-wins. So, Rob, going to the game in Philly, asking me a personal favor, don't call this a must-win. And, okay, the Sabres have yet to win in games I've called a must-win.
Correct.
So, obviously, I should not call this a must-win.
Yeah, this all seems logical.
That makes sense. However,
mute his mic. Quick.
However, don't turn me off.
Don't let him do it.
Do we not think this team is going to have to learn to play through some expectations and some tough times?
No.
And big moments. And when people are doubting them, they got to come through. So now they're hearing, hey, people say you can't win the must win. Must win.
Then why?
Must win. It's got to go. Must win. I'm helping this team get stronger through adversity. I've been the fade. I've been the cooler. Must win. Let's go. Can they break their own trend?
Dude, so he didn't really call it a must win, though, did he?
Yeah, it must win. It's a must win. They must win to prove.
Hold on, let me go bet the Flyers.
They must win to prove that they can win the must wins.
I think,
despite not winning any single must win.
I think what we need to do instead is we need to let them sneak up on everybody on the final day of the season, so they don't have to play any must wins until the last one is a must win.
But then if we do that and then we call that one a must win, they'll lose. What I'm doing is protecting that scenario. So now eventually they're going to start winning the games that we label must wins.
Well, if anything, you should say this is not a must win. Like, you're okay. No. You can lose this one if you want, and then they'll win it. Like, you keep tricking them in that way until they're in number one, then first place. And then by that time, nothing's a must win.
If you're in first place, you're definitely not going to need must wins. That's right.
That's what I mean.
What's more powerful, the parlay killer energy or the must-win
Great
energy?
question. That's a great question.
It's an immovable object.
Is there some way we can pit them against one another?
Here's what we'll do. I'll call it a must-win, and then let's also lay it on a parlay where Owen picks the Flyers. Right. And one of those two things has to be beaten.
Something's
got to go. The parlay killer or the must-win killer.
I like it.
We're going must-win. Got to have it, guys. Got to have it. Josh Norris. They've never lost a must-win with Josh Norris.
There you go.
Unless I called opening night a must-win.
You might have called opening night a must-win.
Is possible.
It might be.
I think you called opening night a must-win, and they got shut out. That sounds familiar.
I do think that happened.
I don't think I...
Yeah.
I think I called it a must-not get shut out.
I think they got shut out?
I might have done that.
There you go.
All right. By the way, we're just looking at the Texans, because the Texans are getting a lot of love as they could win the AFC, best team in the AFC. It's happening. So I'm like,
it is?
Yes, I just saw just now on ESPN's Get Up, and I saw Nate Tice is picking the Texans to win. They just beat the Colts, and I'm like, come on, what are they, 7-5? How good?
7-5.
How good could they be? And then I went and looked. Their losses, they don't have a bad loss.
Yeah,
they don't have a single bad loss. Here are the Texans' losses this year. They opened up by losing to the Rams.
Great team.
Great team. Then they lost by a point to the Bucs. That's the healthy Bucs. That's everybody. They're not missing Mike Evans and all their pieces. They lost to the healthy Bucs. Then they lose to Jacksonville, 17-10.
Mm-hmm.
And since starting 0-3, they are 7-2. The two losses are Seattle and Denver.
Yeah.
They don't have a single... What's up with that? You might not think Jacksonville is all that good. Every team they've lost to is a playoff team. They don't have some stupid, goofy loss. So, it's interesting to me. That's a team that is
the offense
hot.
Is just so...
It's not great. It's definitely not great.
Underwhelming.
But if they win,
if
they win in Kansas City on Sunday,
yeah,
they go home Cardinals, home Raiders.
All right.
Chargers, home Colts. Like,
I think they're going to make the playoffs.
I think so too. And
they're going to get Denver, and we're going to get a 12-10 football game in the first round.
I think they're listen. I think they are most likely to be like the 6th seed.
Sure. Yeah.
And
so there's your AFC South Bowl on early Saturday afternoon.
That's the 3. They're most likely to be the 3.
You think they're going to win the division?
Yeah, I do. And if you go to the New York Times playoff machine, like you can do the detailed predictions where it says like where they're most likely to finish. And
look at this.
What do you got?
They are. Okay, they're not. No, sorry. Jacksonville was who I was looking at. They're third in the odds to win the division.
Okay.
I thought they were favored. They're third in the division.
But if they beat the Chiefs, they split with the Jags. They beat the Chiefs. They beat the Colts again. Like, they could be the 3. They could be anywhere from 2 to 7, really. But hosting,
they have the most variation maybe of any team.
They really do. Yeah. And the game on Sunday is massive. Can they win in Arrowhead?
Yep.
If they don't win in Arrowhead, they're still not cooked for the playoffs at all. They'd still have a decent look at it.
I mean, the best case scenario is you just lock in all 7 teams that are in right now, right? You would take that. You would take that today.
Sure. Well,
These are your 7. No Chiefs, no Texans.
Okay. Yeah.
Jacksonville's in. The Chargers are in. The Colts are in.
Yeah. Sounds great. 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Mahomes is the conversations on the national shows, ESPN Get Up yesterday was, will he be viewed differently if they miss the playoffs?
Tell you about
Zebart had some work done at Zebart. That's a good question, not too long ago. Got a brand new Tomlin cover.
Don't you already view him a little bit differently?
Detailed as well.
To me,
and
viewing him differently started
a
last
different truck. I
thought
I got
and
in
maybe
the
the year
wrong
before.
vehicle.
Yeah, me too.
He had consecutive years
detailing.
When it comes to fighting rust this winter, how about a shield of protection? Zebart's genuine rust protection years where first line of defense.
He did not look like
professionally trained, certified technicians,
far and away
seal your vehicles,
number one
upper
best
body
quarterback
panels,
in
and
football.
underside
Like, to me, that's been fading for a year to a year and a half.
Yep. And right now you can
save
$50
He's still
on
obviously
Zebart undercover.
amazing.
So don't wait until it's too late.
Make
Make
an appointment.
But get to one of the 4
if we
local
borrow a
Zebart
bit from
locations
Nick
to
Wright,
get this
Mahomes
protection for your
Mountain.
vehicle, the genuine rust
Mahomes not on
protection,
top of Mahomes
and
Mountain
sled assault and snow.
No, I think actually this was a couple weeks ago. But I remember seeing a clip of him. He took Mahomes off the top of Mahomes Mountain.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is,
I think he might have put Drake May on top of it.
Maybe, and I think Stafford has spent a few minutes up there. They do this mountain graphic. It's a cool idea. Like, let's rank the quarterbacks how they're playing right now, and it's called Mahomes Mountain.
Right.
And he's not near the top.
Right.
So the whole thing has me thinking, like,
which is strange though, because the 2 years that I thought that okay, this is not the same, and he's not playing like the best quarterback in football. This year, like, all the numbers are kind of pointing up, aren't they? Like, that was part of it.
That's right.
For the last 2 years, there hasn't been a lot of passing volume there. There hasn't been a lot of efficiency, big plays. You know, you look at the numbers, and they look pretty pedestrian. He had that long streak, I think, before the beginning of this year, where he had not thrown for 3 touchdowns in a game for, like, longer than Gardner Minshew. Like, he hadn't been doing much. He had been a game manager who would give you clutch moments at the end. That's what he had become. Is that what he is this year? He leads the NFL in passing attempts.
Right, they lean on him a lot.
He has 270 yards per game versus 245 that he had last year. I mean, you could yards per attempt on this season. Actually, if you do it by adjusted, including sacks, he's at 7.6. In the last 2 years, he was at 6.8. Like, I think he's been a lot better this year. They're not getting the results, I think, because they're losing one-score games. The luck is not going their way like it always has, and their defense isn't as good. So I think people would view him differently. People would probably start saying the things about him that they should have been saying last year.
Right.
Which is almost maddening about the Chiefs.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Bengals coming up Sunday at 1 o'clock. We'll get an updated injury report from practice later today. But as of now, we know from Sean McDermott on Monday that Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are all improving. Deion Dawkins, was still in concussion protocol. Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery, and Joey Bosa is dealing with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that the Bills re-signed defensive end Andre Jones Jr. to the practice squad as he was waived when they signed Shaq Lawson. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Sabres on the road tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. This is the start of a 6-game road trip where the Sabres look to improve their road record. Puck drop is at 7:30. You can catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Steelers claimed wide receiver Adam Thielen off of waivers from the Minnesota Vikings, and 49ers general manager John Lynch says he is, quote, hopeful Brandon Ayuk will play for the team this season. We're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location to drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. You can also donate online through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Mission Give Where You Live, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun.
Does it make you think about National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? Just the vibe?
No. I mean, I've seen it, but
this Christmas music, listen, Christmas music gets maybe a bad rap, some because some of it's cheesy and bad. I can get down with this all the time. Bing Crosby here.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I like it because it's like the only area where we're still consistently listening to like old school, like 50s, 60s, 70s music.
Listen to this
how these artists stay alive with the current generation, right? What else are most people listening to Elvis every year? Just once a year. Blue Christmas. That's it.
I feel like Elvis might have some people.
Like Bing, although would these artists
Bing Crosby
be offended by the idea? Like Bing Crosby. How are you known today with like young people? That's the Christmas song guy.
Right, fair.
So now you've become a Christmas artist over time.
Do you have a 100% lock it in best number one Christmas song? Because there is a correct answer.
I think I like Blue Christmas.
No, there's a correct answer to this. There's one Christmas song stands towers above the rest. Like McDavid against the rest of the league.
Okay, wait. There's nothing that's that high above everything else.
Oh, yeah, there is.
I like Blue Christmas.
That's your favorite?
It's terrible. Yeah, I like it.
Who likes Blue Christmas?
Yeah,
that's the wildest pick I've ever heard.
I don't know. Right. Like,
it's terrible. It's sad, though. Like
it's not sad.
It's literally singing about having a sad Christmas.
What are you talking about?
See, all right, Joe, I'm going to send you the correct answer to this, Joe. Because my song is also, Blue Christmas is about, I'll have a blue Christmas without you, right? Like you're missing someone.
Yeah.
Because the best Christmas song is also about missing someone. And it's Baby Please Come Home by Darlene Love. That's the best Christmas song.
That is a really good one.
It's a banger.
That's fine.
There's two ways to sing about missing someone at Christmas. One of them is to mope, like your favorite song here, Elvis. The other one is just like rip it, like Darlene Love does.
If I'm in like the slow Christmas song mood, I go Blue Christmas. If I want like something a little more chipper, I go for Feliz Navidad, of course. It's a great one. This is good.
This is the one.
This is the best Christmas song. Yeah. I'm gonna drive home today. I'm gonna crank this to full volume.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
This song rocks.
It's definitely on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. And you can sing the backups quite easily.
Christmas.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably the easiest of.
Yeah, we do this every year. Play this song and sing back up for this. All right. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. It's still like 22 days away. I've never been more ready I've never been more prepared in my life for this event. I am pretty much done with shopping. The tree is up. I got to put the lights outside soon, but like I'm almost done. I don't know what to do with myself. We got the Christmas card already. A couple of years ago, maybe last year, I had to send out the Christmas card on the 27th. Because you ordered them, they didn't come in time. I'm so ahead of schedule by my own standard.
We've got everything. We've had everything up for a while, like through November. Yeah, basically, it was like Halloween ended, and like, all right, let's start putting up some Christmas stuff. So, by the way, first ranking I looked up: top Christmas songs of all time. Blue Christmas #3, and Baby Please Come Home #4.
Well, immediate, not credible website. Immediately not credible. What's it got #1?
White Christmas by Bing Crosby.
No.
You thought about it for a second.
Too lame. These slow plodding songs, too lame. No, not into it.
You want relaxing though for Christmas.
No, I wanna drive home.
I'm thinking like what's the song that I'm playing when it's like a darkly lit room at night, the snow's coming down outside, we're all sitting around the tree with presents on Christmas Eve night.
That's have yourself a merry little Christmas.
I got a little punch in my hand. What do you want? You don't want, that's where you wouldn't want Feliz Navidad.
My wife
need something slower.
My wife says, "Merry Little Christmas, Judy Garland."
Good.
That's
number 5 on this list I'm looking at.
How do you guys feel about "Wonderful Christmas Time" by Paul McCartney?
That's terrible.
Thank you.
I despise it.
I thought it was Wham, right?
No, that's Last Christmas, which is also a great song.
Last Christmas by Wham is great. Yeah.
But that Paul McCartney with the
simply having "Wonderful at Christmas Time."
It makes me like. I can't even describe it. It's like a physical reaction.
Gives you the ick.
Yeah, man.
The thing about Christmas songs is I feel like there are 50, maybe it's 100, that are just like it's a lockbox. Like you are not infiltrating. These are the Christmas songs.
Yeah.
Like the last one that was made that's in that group is what? Like it's
Kelly Clarkson.
30 years ago?
Kelly Clarkson could have put out a good one.
Mariah Carey is also like a
All I Want for Christmas for You, yeah.
But even though those songs are probably 20 years old at least, right? Like we have decided what the 50 Christmas songs are. Like this is it.
Yeah, it's tough to break
You're not like White Christmas by Bing Crosby or Darlene Love or like Elvis. Like none of these are not ever coming off the list.
Right. It's like the Steelers and the Cowboys and the Packers. Like these are the franchises.
Bublé's got some Christmas tunes that are broken in.
They thaw them out every so often.
Yeah,
I think all of these are all good picks. I think these are all 20-year-old songs.
What do we think of the NSYNC Happy Holidays?
Also 20 years old.
Fine.
I feel like that one's okay.
98 Degrees, This Gift, maybe?
Okay.
98 Degrees had one.
Christmas in Hollis?
Yes.
Wow.
Nothing like last 10 years. Nothing.
Somebody in chat, Chudley, just Spinal Tap, Christmas with the Devil. I don't know that one.
I don't know that one.
I don't know
That's got to be pretty hardcore.
Listen, all I thought was I heard that Bing Crosby song with, is it the Andrews Sisters, the name? Who is it, Joe? Bing Crosby and
the Andrews Sisters,
okay, yeah.
Yes.
I heard that in the car yesterday and thought, I want to play it on the show because this rocks. I did not know we would be 15 minutes into just takes on Christmas music, but I'm here for it.
We got time.
Run, Rudolph, Run by Chuck Berry is great also.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a great one.
Yes, it is.
That's an upbeat one.
That might be my number one. I love that song, too.
Give me a song that I'm putting in a montage for a movie that's at Christmas time, but something else is happening.
Right.
Chris Brown texted to point out that the Darlene Love is in Goodfellas.
Oh,
Billy
yes,
Bad
yes, it is.
Sauce.
Yes, it is. It's a great call.
Right.
Yes.
So, that way I'm playing a cool song that's a movie that's at Christmas time, but it's not. Die Hard uses Christmas in Hollis when Argyle's driving the limo, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, all right. Good stuff. Die Hard. I haven't seen Die Hard in too long.
I last saw it when no one could leave because there was a 50-foot snowstorm like 3 years ago or whatever that was. Yeah. Die Hard.
803-0550. Bills and Bengals coming your way on Sunday.
Are we going to have a similar weather forecast to what the playoff game was? Like a light dusting on the field and cold? Because that's what the playoff game was.
Yeah.
Is that what we're looking at for Sunday?
I think so. High of 29, low of 17, and snow early. We'll see. Like
it could be similar.
What I've got now is snow in the hour before the game, and
okay.
So
maybe it wouldn't be. It would be a small enough amount that they could clear it.
Well, by the time we get there,
because that Bills Bengals game that they played, like it was not much.
It was a dusting,
but you could see it, and there was people asking like, did they wear the right cleats? Like there was enough snow that was a question the day after, or the day of even.
Do you find yourself thinking games and what they will look like in the new stadium? Like a game like this one this week. There are only 3 left unless they win the division. Or unless like a crazy playoff scenario happens where they're the 5 seed.
It's probably 3 though.
It's probably most likely there are 3 games left. I've already started the transition to if this were next year, Bills Bengals outside new stadium. The roof is open. There's a whole there's a canopy, and I think it will be so much different for the fans and not that different for the players, which is I think what the goal kind of was.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to the game. We want you to have a better experience. You're playing in the game. It's outside. And granted,
like this conversation about like what will the field look like would not be any different next year. Probably.
Right. Snowy.
But what I would be dealing with grass, in the stands is very grass.
Right.
Okay, I guess that is one difference.
Right. Grass.
Yeah.
But wind, like we will not be talking about wind the way we did before.
No.
Like the Bucs game was going to have wind, and I haven't seen too much in the forecast. But I mean, we're down to like 3 games.
3 games where we can really discuss the weather and have it be credible at all. And that's it.
Yeah.
3 more games of, hey, look at the punters during pregame as they try to punt it 5 yards in the air because the wind is grabbing the ball and just ripping it to the side. Well, I don't think I'll miss it.
803-0550.
I'll miss the stadium. I don't know if I'll miss all that. Like, what's the weather going to do today? Because I just think it's always over-exaggerated. It's not to say it never has impacted games, in kicking and throwing, but I think it's been exaggerated a lot when it happens.
How much do you feel a pressure to get to the final game? To be there for Bills Jets? If in fact it is. It's going to be a red helmet game, and maybe there's seating there. Like we wondered if Josh wouldn't play because the division locked up, and that definitely will not be the case.
They could be locked into the 5, though. Like, if you go by the record Howard picked earlier, I think there's a chance that they'd be locked into the 5 and you couldn't go any higher or lower.
That's right. I think...
But that's probably an underdog right now, I think.
Yeah. Let me do this real quick. If the Bills win out and the Patriots in the process lose out, lose to the Bills and then lose to the Jets...
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, then the game is very meaningful, right? Or you're trying to trying to find a way for them to clinch the division by week 18?
Yes, and they can.
Okay.
It's in there. It's in the cards.
But you need the Jets to win, and you need 1,000 things.
Right, and you might want the Dolphins to be before the Jets, but it's the Jets first. So if the Patriots lose to the Bills and the Jets, really regardless, I think it's regardless of what they do against the Ravens. Let me punch it in and actually double check here. If they beat the Ravens, it doesn't matter. If the Bills beat New England. And in the process of running the table, Week 17, the Bills beat the Eagles while the Patriots lose to the Jets. They would have clinched the division before Week 18. So that is one scenario where Week 18, you might be playing for 1, 2, 3, or 4, but so it could still happen. How funny is that? That there's a scenario where New England clinches in Week 15, and a scenario where the Bills clinch in Week 18.
Yeah,
Week 17.
Week 17. They won't, though. So most likely, they're playing for wild card seeding in Week 18. And
right? You're right. The Patriots are not going to lose to the Jets. You're right. Okay.
Right. Like it's possible, I guess really unlikely, that you've clinched the division by then. More possible you've clinched the 5 by then. And most scenarios, I would imagine, New England's won the division by then. And the Bills are fighting for wild card positioning. And how much they try for that, I don't know. Like I would expect Allen to be playing if there's anything alive. Like they'll play Allen in games where there's nothing alive.
Right.
A couple years ago against Miami.
He's going to get a start streak.
The start streak too, right. So I think they're playing that game. And I don't know, like, I will be there. I'll be in the broadcast booth. I'm going to the Philly game in the stands. If I was not going to Week 18, I don't know that I would feel a lot of pressure to it because, not everyone's final game has to be the same final game. Like, for me, if the Philly game was my final game at the stadium, that was my final game. So maybe other people are different in that way. The ticket prices wouldn't represent that, though, right? It's like it doesn't seem like there's this giant rush to I've got to be at the last game at the stadium.
Not yet. I looked at the prices, and they're not as expensive as some other games, but
I would feel fine not having gone to the last game, personally.
803-0550. Speaking of legacy stuff, I saw last night in the NBA, LeBron got to double-digit points. Have you seen?
I've seen. I didn't see what they did last night, but I know they have been he's playing in games where they're up by 30 because he's got 7 points and they're trying to get him to the street. Did they do that again last night?
Last night they got beat by 17 and he got to 10 points in the fourth quarter.
That's what happened 3 nights ago.
Instead of load management, it's streak management.
I think they maybe should just let it die.
He's got to stay in there and get to his double digits.
He's going to be playing meaningless games to keep a double-digit start streak when he's 41 years old and they're a good team. That's a weird thing for me. I thought you were going to go to the Chris Paul thing that's happening with the Clippers, which is he went there for his final season. He's going to have his number retired someday. He's supposed to be the first player ever there to have his number retired. So he goes there for his final season, announces this is my last year, and they sent him home last night, and he's no longer a part of the team, and nobody knows why. Unless they're so cold about it that he's been bad this year, and they don't even want him to hang out on the bench for his last season on that team, or if he fought a coach or something. Nobody knows what happened there.
Let's get a couple calls in. Ken in is it Alabama or New York? Which is it, Ken?
Or Alabama, New York.
Alabama, New York. Is there an Alabama, New York?
Yes, of course there is. It's in Genesee County.
All right. Okay. I don't know that I've ever been to Alabama, New York.
Well, it's not a big place, but it's right in the swamps.
All right.
And I just wanted to tell you guys, you couldn't possibly be more wrong because it's not Christmas until you hear Burl Ives.
Yeah, Burl Ives needs a little respect here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair.
He towers to me over Bing Crosby, whatever. It's Burl Ives, and then it's Christmas. Frosty the Snowman, and
Yep.
Silver and gold, right?
Silver and gold.
Yeah.
See. What? Now I'm forgetting the King of Frost and
Snow Miser and Heat Miser, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, there's nothing. That's Christmas.
See, this is where I wonder what Burl Ives would think of him being someone that we only know for Christmas songs. Would he like that, or would he hate that? I don't know.
Holly Jolly Christmas. He did have other folk and traditional songs throughout his career. The internet says.
You can't beat Heat Miser song. Top 5 Christmas movie song.
Meanwhile, I'm over here in Alabama, New York, learning some facts. Got to know a little bit about Alabama, New York. Did you all know there was an Alabama? You
no,
all
I
did?
didn't.
Oh, everybody just knows this.
I mean, I might have guessed that there's a town name for every state, maybe.
Fair. Jay in the car is up next. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Guys, good morning. Bing Cosby, no place like home for Christmas. Real quick, why isn't this New England Bills game been flexed yet? They can't be playing this at 1 o'clock.
It's playing at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it's already confirmed to be played at 1 o'clock. The answer is, the NFL doesn't exactly give this answer for why it didn't happen. There are a couple reasons. I forgot who told me this a couple weeks ago, but it was that in division matchups, the original network gets to have one. So the first game for Bills-Patriots was on Sunday Night Football. That's NBC.
Yes.
Which means that CBS, which has the rights to the Bills and the AFC for the most part, would be able to say, well, we want this game. We're not going to give this game up.
Right.
They can be traded and moved around a little bit. And if you look at the schedule this week, it is a jam-packed, awesome schedule. Number of games with lots going on. And sorry.
This week or next
week?
Next week. I was going to say, yeah.
No, next week is good too.
Yeah. No, next week is great.
Next week is Ravens-Bengals at 1 o'clock. It is Chargers-Chiefs at 1 o'clock. Bills-Patriots at 1 o'clock. And all right, why don't they move it into the 4 o'clock window? Colts-Seahawks, Lions-Rams, Packers-Broncos. And then the Sunday night game is the Cowboys. You just don't – the Cowboys are staying alive for a playoff spot. This isn't just throw the Cowboys in because they're the Cowboys. I know they're playing the Vikings.
The Vikings. They're the most unwatchable team in football.
The Vikings, who are a good team, being submarined by one player wearing number 9.
Who is still playing.
There's just not a spot to move them unless you're going to move them to Monday Night Football. And again, like, from what I understand, CBS has the ability to say, like, we're keeping it. Now, that said...
Now, did they have the ability to say that for all of their games, though? Did they have the ability for Chargers and Chiefs? For Ravens and Bengals? Because I would... I can't imagine CBS had the right to hoard 3 games that are all better than both the Sunday night and Monday night game.
The first Chargers-Chiefs was on Prime.
Okay.
And the first Ravens-Bengals, I don't know that one. Where was that?
That was
last week?
Last week, right?
Okay.
I don't know.
It was probably CBS. They could have flexed that, maybe. That's my best answer.
Because I agree, like, right, the broadcasting rules are kind of what gets in the way of it here. Because if I'm just the master of all scheduling and where games go, then I'm not having all 3 of those games on at 1 o'clock.
Right, it's
all
nuts.
on the same network. Like, the whole country, how much of the country is even going to get Bills Patriots? It's not the 425 window where, like, 99% of it, it's just that little box in Colorado. It's going to get the Denver game. Like, this is a split. Like, a lot of the West is going to get Chiefs and Chargers. A lot of the Northeast is going to get the Bengals and the Ravens game. So, yeah, it stinks. Like, if I'm looking at it from a national perspective, to put Bills and Patriots in a window where, like, a third of the country maybe is going to get it, when that game is huge, hugely meaningful. It's a great football game. It's great quarterbacks. And I got to watch J.J. McCarthy play on Sunday Night Football. And then Tua and Aaron Rodgers on Monday. I get it. I think it's bad, but it's what the rules are, I guess.
803-0550. We'll get more of your calls on the other side. Little Christmas music. Little Sabres Flyers tonight. Sabres Flyers must win.
We need another term for it. How about it'd be nice if you won.
No. Must win. You don't have to tweet me about, like, well, if you call it a must-win, you probably shouldn't do it unless they actually... We know. We're calling it a must-win.
The thing about must-wins this year is the division is so bad that you really don't have to win.
It's true.
A lot.
It's true. All right, we're going to break in 803-0550 here on WGR. This week in the NFL is a massive week. It's almost like a college football playoff kind of first round of games in how much leverage there is for multiple teams. There are, so I had this from, I'll find who tweeted this, Field Yates and Evan Kaplan. Evan Kaplan of research producer, Sunday NFL Countdown. Okay. There are 7 teams whose playoff chances swing by at least 25% with a win or loss. And 6 of them play each other.
Okay.
How about that, right?
Yeah.
The teams with the biggest swings this week are the Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Colts, and Cowboys.
And those teams play each other.
Steelers, Ravens,
yeah.
Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Cowboys is tomorrow.
Right.
So you have huge games. Like, if the Cowboys win, they're at 35% to make it. If they lose, it's 8.
Yep.
The Lions, 57 to make it. If they win, 23 if they lose.
23.
Yeah. And the game we should talk about probably.
Buffalo Football
Chiefs,
Friday
Texans,
happy hour. Chopin Bulldog will be broadcasting
Steelers,
live
if they
on
win,
Friday, December 5th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Mitchell's Tavern in Tonawanda.
That game is huge, and I saw that Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics
no purchase necessary.
had
enjoy another live broadcast coming up at the
most likely
easy to
playoff
drink, easy to
matchup
enjoy.
in the NFL
Enjoy responsibly.
for Week 1.
Bills against whoever that
is Bills at Ravens at the moment. But I think what that means is that if the Steelers were to win the division, then Bills-Steelers would become the most likely.
Which would be hilarious.
Right. So whoever wins that division doesn't have to play the Bills. But
no, it's most likely.
It's most likely because that's guessing that the Bills will jump over an AFC South team and the Chargers, and they will be the 5 seed. That if they don't get the 1, then they're the most likely team to have the top wild card spot.
Right. Chiefs, Texans. Chiefs, if they win, 56%. If they lose, 14%.
Love it.
Texans
56 if they win.
Yeah, back up to 56
Really?
if they win.
Oh, because head-to-head against Houston, but man, they still got to climb over somebody.
Texans 76% if they win and 37% if they lose. Bosa, it would not surprise me in the least if what the Bills do is be very careful here. With Kincaid, they've probably been pretty careful, right? With Bosa, they almost gotta say, wait until. Am I going too far to say let's wait until the first round of the playoffs? Let's make sure. Let's wait until. Let's give them a month. Let's give them 3 weeks, whatever it takes, because the pass rush for the Bills is non-existent. It's gone. The numbers have dried up. They don't really have a pass rush, and if they don't have Bosa, who are your defensive ends?
It's just Rousseau and Epinesa.
It's tough.
It's basically just them.
It's tough.
Who's the next man in after that? Is it Javon Solomon, who's done nothing this year when he's played?
TJ Sanders playing defensive end.
Or Shaq Lawson.
Yeah,
you're nowhere.
You are nowhere at defensive end. And while there's been tons of attention paid to the receiver position, they've been able to add a few pieces that can play, in part because of Josh Allen. And at the defensive end spot, they signed a guy yesterday. They are so thin. And I'm thinking, if we find out today that Bosa is out, that could be a big problem. He's made huge plays. He made a huge play in the Pittsburgh game, the forced fumble that led to the scoop and score for Christian Benford. No Bosa for the next couple weeks. All right, you get back to the question I asked, which would be, would you take 8 sacks and healthy for the playoffs? He didn't get to 8. But he's had a good enough number, and he's made a couple of game-changing plays.
He is leading the league in forced fumbles.
There you go.
Yeah.
Instead of sacks, you get a bunch of forced fumbles.
Yeah, he's got 5.
Deal.
Yeah.
5 forced fumbles, healthy for the playoffs. That's really what I got to hope for here, because that hamstring injury, we'll find out about it today, but I think it's going to be so careful with it.
They are really well-rounded. Their physicality on special teams and on Jackson Dart, they're good on special teams. Marcus Jones, they're just a good team. It's really impressive. So for them, this quickly, to be legitimately one of the best teams in the league and have an MVP quarterback is super impressive.
Ross Tucker on yesterday with Show from the Bulldog. You can find anything like that on demand at WGR550.com. Go back on our YouTube page. YouTube page, a great place to find that stuff, too. If you subscribe to our YouTube page, click through, find, big interviews, stuff like that. So, find it there. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe, happy Wednesday. There's weather tonight, like snow tonight, I think, lake effect snow. Maybe 2 to 4 inches I saw from our buddy Patrick Hammer. So, be prepared.
3 to 6, even a little bit more south, I think I saw.
All right. I'm ready with that snowblower. Ready.
You got a hot take on the college football playoff ready to go?
Yeah, I do.
Ranking season. Conference championship season, even though they might not matter that much.
Yeah.
Like Ohio State, Indiana.
Super important.
Ohio State should probably rest their starters.
Super important. It's a championship game.
It is. I would say it's important for Indiana.
Yeah?
If they ever won a Big Ten. Ohio State, I'm not sure I would care that much if I were Ohio State. But has Indiana ever won a Big Ten championship? Maybe not. So it matters for one side.
Fair.
Although, okay, you do get the bye. I guess Ohio State would care about that. You get a bye, you get to stay at home, you get the money from that too. Like, they would care. Both sides would care.
803-0550. Look at these rankings. Whatever, man. Just
you don't care about BYU versus James Madison and who should get in?
I just.
What if Duke wins?
I guess it's better than talking about, like, is LeBron better than Jordan today?
It's definitely better than that. And all of this is, again, just arguing about who the 10th through 12th best teams are who will not win.
Right.
I think just you're suffering the annoyance of all of this in the name of they are getting, I think, to the best teams now.
That said, last year...
The best team's winning.
Last year... Give me the bracket here.
Like how the playoff field went?
What seed won it last year?
Well, Ohio State won it.
What was their seed?
Were they like 4, 5?
8.
8. Okay. But they were only 8 because, like, they weren't...
The format had it where you got a first-round bye, like Arizona State got a first-round bye.
Like, they were the 8th seed, but I think they were probably ranked higher than that.
That's right.
Which, again, is kind of the format bringing in, like, hey, you can drop a game, but if we know you're one of the 2 best teams, old format, you didn't get a shot at it, and now you do.
Yeah, Boise State was a 3 seed. Last year's championship was 8 versus 7.
Okay. Right, because they played Notre Dame.
Yep. 803-0550. Bill and Lackawanna, and then let's check in on the chat, see if Owen's got anything interesting from our YouTube chatters. Hey, Bill, what's up? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I caught a little Christmas music on your last segment. I just wanted to add Roger Miller was big when I was a kid with my parents when I was growing up in the 60s, and they had that the Christmas show, and they had a lot of albums where they had Sing Along with Mitch. So I just wanted to add that. And you guys could probably look it up. I'm a little older than you guys, but it was really big back in the 60s. So.
Roger Miller. All right, thanks, Bill.
Yeah.
I do not know Roger Miller.
I don't either.
I'm trying to find a couple songs here that he'd been known for. King of the Road. I know that song.
Okay.
Past that,
I'm not familiar.
Lacking. I learned about Alabama, New York today, too. I'm learning a lot. Doing my part.
Someone also responded with, there probably aren't 50 towns in the state of New York that are named after states. I immediately looked up Tennessee, New York. Doesn't exist.
Your first thought was Tennessee?
That was just the first state.
My first thought was Alaska.
Alaska, New York?
Alaska, New York.
I bet there's an Alaska, New York.
I don't think so.
No?
Nope.
Really? Maybe there's not that many.
I would say this. Which state is least likely to have cities named after it in a state? Rhode Island?
Rhode Island,
You're not
New York.
going to name a city Rhode Island.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No, I don't think so either.
Is Hawaii, New York possible?
Is there a city named Hawaii? Great question. Anyway, 803-0550. Let's check in on the chat. You got stuff going on in there?
There was a bad Sabre trade
Bad
earlier
Sabre
in the
trade.
day.
All right. Why not? Let's go for it.
They probably have some Christmas song takes.
Let's check in on the chat.
Jimmy Vaughn. Vaughn? I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
No. See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. All right. You can anytime be a part of the YouTube chat if you want. We, of course, stream online. We're on the radio, too. And you can call us and you can tweet us. But live interaction and just making comments about anything you want, That's the YouTube chat.
Wide range of topics covered.
Oh, yes. Oh. You never know.
Always.
We bring up, the heat miser, and next thing you know, 47 minutes later, they're arguing about something.
Oh, yeah.
So
we set off quite an avalanche of Christmas song suggestions from a lot of different people. We had where'd they go here? I just had them up, and now
I see Jingle Ball Rock.
Jingle Ball Rock.
Jingle Bell Rock.
Yep.
Giddy Up Jingle Horse.
Father Christmas by the Kinks. That's a good one that I forgot about. I love. They've been talking recently about. Do you guys do this? Are you a Spotify or Apple?
Spotify.
We're doing Spotify Wrapped right now.
Spotify Wrapped.
It's either happening. Is that happening today or soon? I
think it's soon.
I've started seeing some pop up on social media, so I assume it's happening now. Apple's now replicating this.
Sure.
I was just going to say, because I'm an Apple, I have Apple Music instead, and I just opened music yesterday. I just got in my car to play music, and it was. Here's your rewind. I clicked it. It took too long to load, so I didn't even look at it.
Right.
That's how much I care about that.
Here comes.
And I'm a huge music fan.
I'm doing my Wrapped right now. I've got, let's see.
So it is up?
Yeah.
Oh, should I open it? Let's open it.
Ooh. This is fun.
Right. Your listening age. My number one, see, this is the thing. I listen to, sleep music while I sleep or while I fall asleep.
So that's going to be your number one listen to.
For sure. The ethereal sounds and all that.
Right.
So that's all of my top stuff. Yeah. It's everything. That and my top album is The War on Drugs. There you go. There's my Spotify Wrapped, if we're in Spotify seasons. And then there's, Good Night Bedtime Stories and anyway.
They've got my listening age being at 39.
I'm 17.
Whoa.
27?
Derek's 27.
You guys think I'm old. My listening age is 17. Who knows what that means? All right, anyway. What else going on in the chat?
Oh, man. I mean, they were getting after it this morning about, somebody dive at Joe Burrow. That was,
Actually, I thought this was a good point they brought up in there. Do the Bengals come in chip on shoulder? They do that a lot with a lot of teams. Now, Joe Mixon is not on the team. He, of course, was upset that the NFL sold tickets to future games. Right. He got really mad about that.
When his own team was selling tickets to Bengals-Jaguars.
Yes,
which was the next
week. They
week.
got upset at the idea of scheduling a game in the future, the Bengals did, and their fans got really mad about that. But this is a matchup that, for the Hamlin minute, the fan bases and the teams were all buddy-buddy. I do sense, though, Burrow has plenty of bleep you to him. And the Hamlin game, one thing it, of course, did was it really hurt Cincinnati's chance to get the 1 seed that year. They were still alive. They win that game, they have a look at it. Not necessarily favored for it, but they have a look at it. And I wonder if there's any chippiness, bad blood. These teams don't play that much. Mm-hmm. But are they going to play next year?
Yes.
Same place, AFC North finisher.
Second place schedule maybe next year.
Very, very possible.
You'll need the Bengals to catch either the Steelers or the Ravens for that to happen.
Okay.
And that will be here, that game?
Yes. Yes, because I have them in our home opener draft. I have the home. Ooh, I like Bengals for that. That's what we thought. I thought this year would be Bills Bengals to open the season. I like that.
They're not opening against a North team next year. The home opener is not going to be against.
You got to schedule Joe Burrow in primetime early because he gets hurt.
Your best bet is Baltimore, of course.
No, that's too many times. We're done with them. They never actually.
It's happened 3 times.
They never play Cincinnati. This is the 3rd time.
Maybe they should start winning their division a little more often. Which, by the way, they could still do. At 4-8, they are squarely in the mix.
Right. They are alive.
They just probably have to win out. Or maybe lose one and get lucky in some other places.
Anything else noteworthy in the chat
They're
today?
asking if you guys did square dancing in high school.
Yes.
I did not.
I think I even did it.
Yeah, I did it. Very briefly. I don't think so. Very briefly, yes.
Really, Joe? You didn't have to?
Yeah, it wasn't like a choice or an elective.
It was like gym class.
Yeah, now we're doing square dancing.
We were forced to.
I don't remember. So I guess maybe. And I just don't remember it.
That was just like one of the units.
I don't know. I don't think that happened.
Joe.
Yeah. I think I would remember.
Exactly. We did Cotton Eye Joe.
That was it.
That was the whole deal.
You square danced to Cotton Eye Joe?
We can do that.
Yes.
We to that song played a game called Charlie Stick, where the gym teacher had like a 30-foot long stick that he would circle. He would go in a circle with, and you would have to jump over it. And then as it progressed, the levels would get tougher, where he would start moving the stick up and down.
Wow.
So you would have to jump over it. If you got to the extreme level at the end, and if it touched you, you were out. So you get down to like the last 3-4 kids, and now he's like moving it way up in the air. You got to duck under it. And if you got hit by that Charlie stick, it hurt.
Wow. Interesting.
It was like a razor scooter to the shin.
Was the gym teacher's name Charlie?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where the name came
from. The reason
I
ask is because I feel like a lot of gym teachers, phys ed teachers, you would name a game after yourself. We had one called Arthur Ball.
Arthur Ball.
The gym teacher, Mr. Arthur, invented a version of kickball. Like today we're playing Arthur Ball.
Arthur Ball.
Yeah.
Respect. Did you guys have those little wheelie carts that you would sit on?
Yes.
And push around? And they were like the most dangerous thing on the face of the planet.
Basically bumper cars.
Like
kids' hands getting rolled over, everything. Yeah.
Fingers getting gnarled up. It was so bad.
It was rough.
Oh, man. Those were awesome.
Those were
though.
weird. What were those for?
I don't know.
I thought we played a hockey game with them.
Like sled hockey almost?
We played like sharks and minnows on them. But it was like you're just going to run into people. Like you're going to hurt yourself. It was insane. Oh.
We renamed pinball or dodgeball, Pingility. And they put pins up in the back because you can't play dodgeball in schools anymore.
Right.
Nobody was aiming for the pins in the back of the gym. We were going at each other the whole time. So
look at that workaround.
The dodgeball too, except we just played dodgeball instead of having 2 teams. We split it up into 4 teams, and that was what we did. We just played dodgeball with 4
You can't
teams.
play dodgeball in school anymore?
No, it's like too violent.
Too violent, they say.
So we put pins in the back, but nothing changed. It was just basically dodgeball.
Speaking of violent,
I was in an adult dodgeball league for a small bit.
So when I was in a league.
Yeah, we were playing dodgeball at the Y on Delaware. They had a league at one point.
Dang.
Were you using like the good round rubber red balls?
Yeah.
Okay. Because when I was in high school, they hadn't banned it, but what they had done was we weren't using like
those foam.
We were using foam balls.
It was the foamers. Yeah.
You can't use those anymore?
No. We still use the foamers. That's what we used.
That's what we did, and that. I remember playing that 4 dodgeball game, and I threw a ball at my best friend so hard, and he dodged it, and his sister was right behind him, and I beamed his sister in the face so hard. I felt so horrible.
In the adult league, would you get into schematics, like where you would throw one ball up in the air, and while the person is looking up for it, you blast them with the other one?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know if that needs a name, like a... like the Spassky Bishop block. Like that needs a name.
I used to stand in front of my friend.
Some people will get that reference and they will tweet at me, hopefully.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The Spassky Bishop block?
It's probably from some movie from 1978.
I was born in 1979. No, the Spassky Bishop block is from Saved by the Bell when Screech takes on the Russian kid in chess. I surrender. Screechmovich, you are too good. He is too good. Zach pretends to be the Russian kid. Anyway, Saved by the Bell, man. Come on. The Spassky Bishop
Just a little
block.
bit before my time.
Sorry.
Screechmovich. All right, now I'm done for the day. I'm not going to not be able to think about Screechmovich.
I have some quick trivia when we get back.
His name is Peter something.
The Russian kid was named Peter?
Yeah, Peter.
Is Peter a Russian
That's
name?
not Peter. That's a faker.
Piotr. That's the Russian version. I played with it, Piotr.
All right. Somebody tweet me about the Spassky Bishop block. All right, we're going to go to Extendo Sports now. Bosa, it would not surprise me in the least if what the Bills do is be very careful here. With Kincaid, they've probably been pretty careful, right? With Bosa, they almost got to say, wait until... Am I going too far to say let's wait until the first round of the playoffs? Let's make sure. Let's wait until let's give them a month. Let's give them 3 weeks, whatever it takes, because the pass rush for the Bills is non-existent. It's gone. The numbers have dried up. They don't really have a pass rush, and if they don't have Bosa, who are your defensive ends?
It's just Rousseau and Epinesa.
It's tough.
It's basically just them.
It's tough.
Who's the next man in after that? Is it Javon Solomon, who's done nothing this year when he's played?
TJ Sanders playing defensive end.
Or Shaq Lawson.
Yeah,
you're nowhere.
Like, you are nowhere at defensive end. And while there's been tons of attention paid to the receiver position, they've been able to add a few pieces that can play, in part because of Josh Allen. And at the defensive end spot, they signed a guy yesterday. Like, they are so thin. And I'm thinking, if we find out today that Bosa is out, it could be a big problem. He's made huge plays. He made a huge play in the Pittsburgh game, the forced fumble.
Ready to take your game day to the next level?
Benford.
Enter online now at WGR550.com
for the next couple weeks
for your chance to win a $300 tailgate.
You get back to the question I asked, which would be, would you take 8 sacks and healthy for the playoffs? He didn't get to 8. But he's had a good enough number, and he's made a couple of game-changing plays.
He is leading the league in forced fumbles.
There you go.
Yeah.
Instead of sacks, you get a bunch of forced fumbles.
Yeah, he's got 5.
Deal.
Yeah.
5 forced fumbles, healthy for the playoffs. That's really what I got to hope for here, because that hamstring injury, we'll find out about it today, but I think it's going to be so careful with it. This week in the NFL is a massive week. It's almost like a college football playoff kind of first round of games in how much leverage there is for multiple teams. So I had this from, I'll find who tweeted this, Field Yates and Evan Kaplan. Evan Kaplan of research producer, Sunday NFL Countdown. Okay. There are 7 teams whose playoff chances swing by at least 25% with a win or loss. And 6 of them play each other.
Okay.
How about that, right?
Yeah.
The teams with the biggest swings this week are the Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Colts, and Cowboys.
And those teams play each other.
Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans, Lions, Cowboys is tomorrow.
Right.
So you have huge games. Like, if the Cowboys win, they're at 35% to make it. If they lose, it's 8.
Yep.
The Lions, 57 to make it. If they win, 23 if they lose.
23.
Yeah. And then the game we should talk about, probably, Chiefs-Texans, and maybe a little Steelers-Ravens here. Steelers, if they win, 65%. If they lose, 18.
Yeah.
47%.
That game is huge. And I saw that Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics had, as of right now, the most likely playoff matchup in the NFL.
Is it still
for week 1?
Bills against whoever that is?
Is Bills at Ravens at the moment. But I think what that means is that if the Steelers were to win the division, then Bills-Steelers would become the most likely.
Which would be hilarious.
Right. So whoever wins that division doesn't have to play the Bills. But
no, it's most likely.
It's most likely because that's guessing that the Bills will jump over an AFC South team and the Chargers, and they will be the 5 seed. That if they don't get the 1, then they're the most likely team to have the top wild card spot.
Right. Chiefs-Texans. Chiefs, if they win, 56%. If they lose, 14.
Love it.
Texans.
56 if they win?
Yeah, back up to 56 if they win. Mm-hmm.
Oh, because head-to-head against Houston, but, man, they still got to climb over somebody.
Texans, 76% if they win and 37% if they lose. Show is coming up. Stay tuned. Sean McDermott meets with the media. We maybe get some updates on Joey Bosa timeline on the hamstring injury that Sean McDermott said, quote, we'll see where that goes. Also, Deion Dawkins, how's he progressing in concussion protocol? Is he out of it? Dalton Kincaid. And on the Bengals side of it, T. Higgins, report was he was at the walkthrough on Monday. He was in concussion protocol last week. They did play in a short week. So lots to figure out ahead of Bills-Bengals. And we think Flyover Radio makes a return this week.
All right.
Home game, 1 o'clock. Maybe a flyover. Good vibe for that. We're back tomorrow. Go Sabres. Win. You must. Let's hope. Just beat the Flyers. Can you beat the Flyers? Just beat the Flyers. You asked me to name a Flyer earlier today.
Name a Flyer.
That happened. And I won that game.
You did name it. You named their leading scorer.
I won that game. All right, back tomorrow. Cheers.